Oh man, it's hot today. What's the temperature over in
Over here,
by you,
PYR0ball is
other than Satan's butthole hot?
it is not anywhere close to Satan's butthole hot. We've actually had a slump in temperature this week, so
Oh, where are
it's.
you
I think
at?
I'm over in PYR0ball. We're like
No,
roughly
temperature-wise. Sorry.
Oh. Hang on, let me do it. Look. Oh, and I now have AC, so I can't just tell by feeling it.
Well, hey, that's a good reason to not know the temperature, because now you have air conditioning.
Exactly. 63.
Is 63 degrees outside?
Yep.
What?
That's like
I love the
comfortable.
bay. I love the bay.
I mean, we live in a bay, but not that close.
Yeah, we ain't that
Well,
close
you
to
get
the bay.
You're also much further south, so you have more equatorial heat.
It's fair.
Oh, yes, the equatorial heat. The finest of the fine heats, known by the heats to be heated. I continue to forget to post last week's.
This
live
really
stream.
is. It's vintage heat from the equatorial region.
Vintage heat.
Vintage. Oh, wait, crap. I think it's bringing avocado toast with it. Oh. Apparently it's 34 degrees centigrade in New Jersey right now.
Yeah.
It's 89 degrees Fahrenheit here, so I think that's like, how many dungarees
It's like 20
science is that?
It's like 222 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's in the upper 20s.
Yeah. Oh, upper 20s. I thought upper 20s was more along the lines of like
31.6666666666666.
Repeating.
6.
That's enough sixes.
That's good.
It is hot, and yeah. Anyways, how's everybody doing? This is chapter 45 of Making Awesome. Jonathan couldn't join us, so we have the illustrious Amber with us, and we are joined as I was gonna say as always, because I'm used to having Justin on here, but no, we got Alan of Pyr0ball PCBs hanging out. And if you guys are nice to us in the comments, leave likes on these videos, we might even do some live design and talk about it, because Alan is kind of famous, but also kind of not famous, because it's very like low-key for making custom hot end socks. Like that's a thing that you do.
Yep.
And you open source them, because everything you do is open source, right? All your
Pretty
Pyr0ball
much.
stuff. Okay.
Unless somebody pays me to keep it closed source, I open source everything.
That's fair. We do pay you to keep things closed source. But yeah, just give people another minute or so to get on. We monetize these things now, so there are some ads and things I gotta go through. I don't care, because it's business, and you know, they can wait a little bit. But yeah, Amber, how are things? I mean, I know how things are, because you know, we were talking like 2 minutes ago. But how are things for everybody else?
I think we're not running on a lot of sleep, but
No,
we're here.
What is
who
sleep?
is these days?
Dude, I
That's
was
true.
up till 3:30, and then I was up again at 4:30. I was up all the way through 9:30, where I just knocked out until 10. So I'm literally on like an hour and a half, 2 hours worth of sleep.
Okay, you're getting less than I am then.
Well, I mean, this isn't a measuring contest, all right? You know, I ain't looking to have a contest about whose life is in the most amount of shambles.
Yeah, so pardon the crazy dogs going zoomies in the background.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, dog zoomies. Those are the best.
Apparently somebody's decided that they're going to go and have a good time.
Hey, that's all right. Look, dogs on the podcast just reminds me of the good old days when Tad was one of the hosts all the time, and his day job didn't beat the crap out of him. And his dog Bailey, what is she? What is Bailey? A Boston Terrier, maybe? I don't know. She's very wheezy, and it would just sound like someone's like squeezing a chicken. It was like a clucking noise. So this is very homey and comforting for me. I think Tad's getting AC at the end of the month too, which, you know, he probably doesn't need it anymore, but he needed it a bit ago.
I mean, it'll be nice to have it now.
That's true. But today's main topics, we're going to talk about Homelab. And for those who don't know what Homelab is, it's all about making servers and stuff, which Alan is really intelligent about. I was hoping John was going to be able to join us because John's looking to set one up here at the house, but I'll probably be able to fill in terribly, so I'll give it a shot. The new sets, because we actually unveiled our standing set on the live stream this previous week where we did the unboxing from Press Reset. And yeah, a little bit of printer talk because of the failed ONO Kickstarter. Those are going to be our main topics, and we'll just see where it takes us today, but hope everyone's having a good day out there. My name's Grant. You all know me. I own 3D Musketeers. All this craziness that you see, all the videos that we produce, they're all coming out of this house, and that's why we self-sponsor. That's right, baby. This episode, as always, is brought to you by 3D Musketeers. If you want to get your ideas out of your head and into your hands with full art-to-part rapid prototyping, product development, 3D printing, CNC milling, laser cutting, and all that cool stuff, hit us up. Links are in the description and such. And if you are watching us on Twitch or you're watching us on Facebook right now, head over to our YouTube channel because we monitor YouTube way more than the others. So, yeah. Alan, if you don't mind introducing yourself, and we'll leave the best for last.
I'm Alan Weinstock, and I work for a company called Pyr0ball PCBs, doing business at Circuit Forge. This is Fred. He wanted to say hello.
I love Fred.
Yes. Anyway, I do electronics and PCB design, in addition to CAD work and a few other things in the makerspace. Most of my stuff is publicly available up on my GitHub, which Grant, I'm sure we'll link later. I also have a website if you'd like to buy one of my boards. I produce an auto bed leveling sensor called the Easy Peasy, which is an improvement on the piezoelectric bed leveling sensors that are currently available in the market. Includes a little microcontroller that automatically tunes the thing, so you don't have to do as much of the little trim pot adjustments that you normally have to on the other ones. It also does a lot of circuit balance, so you have a more consistent result, even if you have differences in environment. So, and it doesn't care what kind of bed leveling bed surface you have either.
And that's the great thing about the piezo discs, and man, their accuracy. I mean, we talked about it before, but you're like sub 10 micron accuracy, right?
Yeah. It depends on how it's tuned and the mechanics of it, but yeah, you can get it pretty darn good. Okay.
Sub 10 micron accuracy, for those of you that are wondering, is really effing accurate. A human hair is about 100 microns thick. An average human hair is about 100 microns thick. So it's 1/10 the thickness of the human hair is the maximum amount that Alan tends to deal with. So if you have a bed that looks like the waves of an ocean, 1, get a better bed, and then 2, add an Easy Peasy from Pyr0ball PCBs, because that yeah, they're pretty great. We have we're gonna do an unboxing of a $50 printer coming here pretty soon, and I am excited, 1, to watch this thing. Oh, here we go. It's about the same as the Easy ABL, no, Alan? Is what you do the same as the Easy ABL?
No, not at all.
So
the Easy
Alan,
ABL.
describe why this is not anywhere near. Actually, I don't want to get too far into it. I want to let Miss Amber introduce herself. Okay. Then we'll go into how they're not even remotely in the same ballpark.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Amber. I'm Grant's significant other. I do a lot of behind the scenes stuff, mostly keeping him. Where is he at? Him hydrated.
Yes, you are actually below
one.
Me, so this is good.
Yeah.
Alan, you are off to this side of me.
But no, I just like to make stuff. I'm learning all sorts of new maker stuff, so there's always cool stuff to learn. So
Amber is the beauty, the brain, and the bronze behind 3D Musketeers, because, I mean, I do have longer, luscious hair now.
It's true.
But I'm not anywhere near as attractive as she is, and quite frankly, I yell way too much in the microphone, and Amber's very soft-spoken, which is pretty great. But yeah, we either been
a little opposite there.
Huh?
So a little opposite there. If
It
I'm loud,
is.
you know you did something wrong.
Yeah, it's yes. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Your presenter voice is like when your parents use your middle name when they're calling you. I'm like, but anyways, yeah. Amber is also an ICU nurse, so she's absolutely great to meet in person. Don't go meet her professionally, everybody. That's why we say stay safe out there, so you don't go have to meet Amber professionally. Although
Call your loved ones.
You did get to go see the helicopter, which was pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Amber had to
Got
take
to
a
see
patient to the helipad, and she got to see the helicopter, which is pretty cool.
It was pretty cool.
She did miss
I'm
the
not gonna
opportunity
lie.
to ask to sit in it, because I would have asked to sit in the
No.
pilot seat. It would have been
Yeah.
fun.
It wasn't an appropriate question to ask at the time. Did I want to? Yeah.
You did.
but It's okay.
Yeah, you got to. You got to. All right, so Alan, we have Lightspeed 3D in there in our comments asking, it's about the same as the Easy ABL. He said, I know it's not the same, but the accuracy is similar. I don't know. Easy
From
ABL
what
is an
I-
inductive
yeah.
probe, I believe.
It is. As far as I know, inductive probes get down to about 0.02 in accuracy deviations. I've gotten users on with my sensor be able to get it down to 0.001. Not 02, 001.
Okay, so you are an order of magnitude more accurate. And so, all right, the Easy ABL probes test typically under 0.02 millimeters. That's under 20 microns on well set up machines with no mechanical or electrical issues. So they don't perform very well on most cheap 3D printers, because most cheap 3D printers have some sort of mechanical or electrical issue. Things like, especially for inductive probes, if your wires aren't properly shielded, that's going to mess with inductive probes. If you're using a magnetic bed and you don't have it in software where those magnets are, that's going to mess with your inductive probe. That's actually why companies like Prusa have magnet compensation. They know where the magnets are. And the thing that I love about this is that on the Prusa side, at least, that whole magnetic compensation thing was a community made thing that Prusa not only adopted, but gives credit to the guy that did it. Like, that's not common in this industry. People will just steal stuff because it's open source and because middle fingers to everybody else. But Prusa did the cool thing and did that. So he said, Lightspeed said, my point is an Easy ABL is at or under 0.002, not according to their website. And the BL Touch is 0.001 with repeatability. Oh, Easy ABL is capacitive, which
Capacitive,
I think...
It's not
Is that
so
worse?
capacitive. It is worse because it's worse in some ways. It depends on the surface of your bed. So capacitive, you're going to have more issues with like less conductive materials. Glass tends to actually be okay because of the static effect on that is pretty good. But like if you have a straight like one of those surface stickers that you put on like the build tack or whatnot, that can interfere with it. If you have any kind of surface that's not completely like that has any kind of texture to it, that can mess with the results.
Right.
So there's a lot of ways that the capacitive sensors can be interfered with a bit. They are more accurate than, say, using like the IR sensors, for instance.
Oh yeah, well the IR sensors are pretty much garbage, and the touch point sensors, I've never liked them. I know that you can get like high accuracy, high repeatability push button switches, but like it's not perfect. And yes, Lightspeed is correct that it works on glass, metal, etc. That is one of the big benefits of the capacitative versus inductive, where inductive needs to have some ferrous metal in it. Funny enough, one of our staff members, David, has a what the heck is it? It's a PrinterBot Simple Metal that he upgraded with automatic bed leveling.
Right.
But it's a capacitive sensor, and the glass is so thick on the printer that he had to get some copper tape to put where it probes, so that the inductive sensor can actually pick it up.
So the big difference with what my sensor does and why it's better though is that it's taking the mechanical action of the nozzle touching the bed to actuate. So that means that you don't have any offsets. Your actual nozzle is the sensor. So you have these piezo discs that can be introduced into the system in any number of ways. Usually they're either sandwiched between the hot end and its mount, or they're set up under bed where they're next to the mount points.
Right.
And basically the action of the nozzle touching the bed causes the piezo disc to flex, puts a signal out. My sensor then goes and takes that signal and filters it and turns it into a digital signal that the controller can handle. And then off we go. So the inductive and capacitative probes are always offset. You always have to make sure that they're like mounted exactly right. And there's a lot of mechanical and adjustment tolerance stuff that you have to do with those that you just don't when you're using a piezo sensor.
Exactly. And that's really the big deal with the piezos, is that no matter what you're using, and no matter you can have any bed on any printer, they're just going to work. And it's pretty cheap, right? What do you sell those things for?
It's like $30 for the kit I've got set up at the moment. That comes with a sensor, the cable harnesses, and a couple little extra goodies that I stuck in there. For an extra $2, you get a voltage regulator if you're running it on 24 volt, because I made a slight design issue with the last version. But
I remember talking to you about that. Like what do I do? I'm like, you just provide a voltage regulator and let them deal with it.
Yeah, that's the best solution in this particular case, because otherwise I'd have to go and do a whole nother run of boards, and that's what I'm gonna do eventually. But I have to make enough money back from the one I did. So
yeah, and so I'm excited because I'm gonna put a $30, $35 bed leveling kit on a $50 3D printer that I am almost positive has no thermal runaway. I am excited to I bought some concrete slabs for this. And when I say I bought them, I was the one that actually, swiped the card, but it was Amber and Jonathan that picked them up, put them in the car, because my bad back can't do it. But yeah, we're gonna put that printer on a concrete slab outside and just turn it up to a temperature and pull off the thermistor. My bet is it's going to keep heating. Because it's not going to know the difference. Lightspeed says, I am building a Rat Rig 500 by 500 V-Core, and I haven't decided on what sensor I'm going with. Right now I have an easy ABL, a cast milled plate. Don't really need a sensor. And that's true. If you're using like a Mix 6 or Mic 6 milled plate, you don't need a sensor, but
unless you want to automate the whole process, because I've seen those ones.
That's my thing, like, yeah.
Like, don't people with the Mic 6s usually have them on the rails where they can adjust the angles on it automatically and stuff?
We have that on our big D-bots. So we have a we have a 400 by 400. Well, it's 16 inches square, so like 407.
Right. So you still need to have some kind of Z probe to get those in the right levels, right?
Well, you can do it manually the way that you would manually, tram, which it's not leveling, it's tramming, because it's leveling in multiple axes. But
right.
You can use a G32, which is the command for leveling it manually. You can do that multiple times and get it right. But you know what? We installed a BL Touch on ours. I will eventually be switching it over to Pyro. Piezo with easy peasy as soon as we put the big stupid Z-axis on it, because the big stupid Z-axis is big and stupid and it needs all that extra stuff. Dude, it's a 16 millimeter ball screw with a pair of SBR 12 linear rails.
It's not light.
No, I think the entire axis weighs the entire Z-axis weighs more than the entire printer
Easily.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's also going to help us out because that printer is really unstable. It's a meter tall, and there's not a lot of I've literally used 550 paracord and what are they? Turnbuckles to basically keep the frame in square when it's printing, and this is going to add a lot of rigidity to it. Lightspeed's blowing up the comments right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he said my rare core, I don't even have mesh turned on. And yeah, if you have a really stable system, you don't need to turn on mesh bed leveling. But Lightspeed, we've talked before. You are beyond what we would consider the average everyday user. And I think the average everyday user should have mesh bed leveling at all times if it's something that they can afford or their printer comes with it, because there's no downside to it other than like an extra minute to 2 minutes worth of print time on that initial setup. And to me, it's like the idiot check, right? Did my idiot brain forget to put the Loctite on all the screws and one of the screws is backed out and now things are all out of whack? There are so many little things that can go wrong, and if you have it, you use it. Eh? I mean, yeah, I guess. You should put his website. Alan's website, I guess. Alan, I don't know your web address offhand. It's
PYR0ball PCBs.com. Easy peasy.
I do PYR and it instantly comes up. Yeah, there you go, Lightspeed, so you can take a look at it.
Sure.
I mean,
if you want to look at the documentation, it's docs.pyrballpcbs.com. That's got a lot more information about the stuff. The main website is mainly just the sales page.
PYROBallPCBs.com. Nope, Grant. It's with an S at the end of PCBs. You ding dong. All right, I'll put that in there too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know one of the big things that we're looking at doing. So there's a bunch of stuff going on right now. Like we are actively working on getting a gaming channel together. So once our Patreon is live, which I know it's just always coming soon, TM. It's actually ready to go live, but there are some. The Patreon itself is ready, but integration.
We gotta get the rewards ready.
Huh?
Gotta get the rewards done.
Oh, they're done.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yeah. Annie, who I'm trying to get on the podcast, she works with us now. She did a killer freaking job on all of the the way everything looks. We have all the copy done for it. I just got to go through and make sure that all like what these tiers come with is very clear and obvious. But we also have to get our Discord set up for everybody. And that way it can be easier when people come on. He's Lightspeed saying I might just use an end stop. The printer is built so well I don't really need it. Yeah.
I mean, if you build a good enough printer that you don't necessarily need the out of bed leveling, the sensor that I made is mainly geared at like older printers that like just don't do what they're supposed to anymore.
It's $35. It's like you can get it for less than $50 delivered, and it's gonna offer incredible accuracy. I mean, there's no reason. If you don't have auto bed leveling and you want to get it. Now, I understand why a lot of people go with Easy ABL because it's literally designed to work with Creality 3D printers. Like, I've got a Ender 5 Plus in the garage right now that is broken from a customer. He needs us to fix it. That's going to be the live stream for this Wednesday. I'm going to attempt to fix it live because, I have tons of really smart ideas, like trying to fix printers live because that never goes wrong. But that's all Easy ABL. The guy had no idea. He bought the printer used, came with Easy ABL. I was like, I don't know this. I'm like, that's a big-ass inductive probe. It's most likely Easy ABL. I look it up, and it absolutely is, because they even provide you the way to flash the firmware on the machine, which you have to do on these cheaper machines, that's really the hard part, is flashing the firmware to work with the probing. Yeah.
That was something that you'd suggested a while back. I planned on actually building at some point I want to build a device that you can just plugs into the ICSP port on Ender system, and it'll just go and burn the bootloader and the firmware.
Yeah, I mean, and that's realistically what, and that's like that last step from becoming a more commodity-based item. Lightspeed is asking, so how does the piezo mount? It has to be attached to the hot end ?
There's a lot of different ways to do it. If you want, I can share my screen and I can pull up one of my CAD things and we can look at it.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, all right, just 1 second. Here, get my hot end from what we were looking at earlier. 1 second. All right, so let me see. I'll just pull up the Creality one. Okay, so this one is using an on-head style, but that's not necessarily like the only way you can do it. This is still loading.
Gotta love Fusion sometimes, right?
Yeah. Maybe in the background, if you...
He's asking what that is. That is a Maker Gear M4 hot end.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
right?
I was planning on making a silicon stock for this later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says he uses exclusively Slice stuff. I have had the wonderful opportunity to talk with Dan. I don't want to give out his last name because I don't know if it's public, but Dan of Slice Engineering. Dude is crazy nice, can absolutely recommend their stuff. If you want a company that makes their products in America, and it's all patented, so you don't understand, the premium you're paying is because there are patents associated with it. Slice Engineering is awesome. They make seriously great stuff.
They do.
No, Lightspeed says it's public. No, Slice Engineering is patented stuff. But yes,
I think he means his last name.
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna call him Dan. I don't like unintentionally doxing people. But yes, he is a great guy. It's funny. Dan and I met so Dan's in Tallahassee, Gainesville area, and we're in Tampa, so we're actually relatively close. And I told him whenever my back is fixed, I got to go take a drive up there and tour their facility. But we met a few different times on some SOCOM jobs. Where we were all kind of working together to solve a problem. So I go into him like, oh, there's Dan. I know at least one guy I can go and hang out with easily and not feel awkward talking about random 3D printed crap.
Nice.
So, all right. So what do you got?
Okay, so what we got here is the mount that I designed for the Ender series of printers. This probably only works with like the Creality CR10 and Ender 3. I think they've made some other changes to the V2s and the CR5 and other things like that. So I don't know if this will work on those yet. But somebody asked me to make a Hero Me adapter for this. So I went and basically recreated almost from scratch the Hero Me, because the guy that makes the Hero Me system does it all in Tinkercad. Which, like, hurts me in my soul. But I went and recreated it in Fusion here. So anyway,
look, God bless him for doing it in Tinkercad.
Yeah. Because like, he makes some great stuff. I just don't know how he manages it. Like, I used to build things that were that big in Tinkercad before I found Fusion, but let's not go into that. Anywho, so the principle behind this is that you want to get the piezo disc, this little bronze dealy bop, to bend when the nozzle is pressed.
But
and
only
how we're
a little
doing,
bit. If you bend them too much, they break.
Yeah, basically, they're very, very brittle. The amount of deflection that's required is minimal, like a very, like, less than a millimeter kind of deflection.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what I've got going on here is to transfer the upward mechanical force of the bed touching the nozzle into a sideways force. I just put a little hinge here. And then we've got some rubber grommets that are up in this little top area here that act as a spring to keep it from pushing too far.
Nice, right? Yeah. Are they like
anyway.
O-rings that you're just repurposing as a grommet?
Exactly. Basically, exactly that. So here you can. Oops. Not yeah. There, yeah. So you can see these the 3/8 inch rubber grommets that you see for screws and stuff. You know. And then the piezo disc is mounted on this little PCB. I order like 3,000 of these when I was doing the circuits or the circuit boards for the sensor. That way, people don't have to solder their own discs. They don't have to drill any holes. That is very common with piezo disc or based ABLs. So all of that's been avoided these days, thankfully.
And this is nice because it makes it a lot easier for the average consumer that says, I don't understand this, to get to a point where they can actually understand it.
Right.
And it's not scary anymore, because to me, that's kind of the downside of 3D printing is a lot of it is kind of scary, right? The first time you run your Ender 3 and it doesn't work, and you dig into your build plate, or you're printing in midair, you get a good big old plate of mom's spaghetti, you get a little disheartened. And if you could make those upgrades, and I know like Easy ABL is a drop-in kit, but this will get you that higher accuracy when you're ready to move beyond the I'm not going to say the hobby to go over to more professional, but move up another level of quality. This is there for you. Yeah.
So, yeah. And I'm every single time I build one of these, I just like showing this off. I like making sure that the airflow is directed up and away from the part.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah.
That's a
So-
complaint that I've had on, and I think a lot of people have had it on the Prusa Mini, because of the way that their heat sinks are done. A little bit of air does go down onto the part, but all you have to do is put a heat sock on it, and the sock actually deflects some of that air away.
Yep.
So
I can see that.
it worked out ultimately in the end. Yeah, I couldn't print. We were trying to print a fire retardant ABS on a Prusa Mini. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, do not print fire retardant ABS inside at all. Just don't do it. Go stick the printer in a garage. I don't care. Bathroom. Oh my God, it was the smelliest material I have ever worked on. If you think ABS smells, just hit a spinal tap on it. Turn that sun gun up to 11. Dude, it gets into everything. The smell, it gets into everything. Like, the whole house smelled like this FR-ABS for days.
It's the tiny little complex molecules. They just get it. They seep into the cracks of things and they get in there. Yeah, they'll just leak out for days after. Anyway, so just FYI, so I did make this. This is public.
Yep.
So this all this stuff is available up on the docs.pyr0ball PCBs.com. So if you want to like take this and make your own, feel free. There's I've got right now just two different kinds. I've got one for the E3D hot ends. This one here, same sort of deal. You got the air being deflected up and out.
Yep.
And then I've got the Hero Me one, which allows you to use the OEM hot end.
Now, how are you mounting it? Are you mounting to the stock carriage though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So I'm being told in the comments there is nothing stock about that. Wrong. This does mount to the stock carriage. All those printed, the blue and gray parts that you see do need to be printed clearly.
Yeah.
But they do mount to the stock carriage. It's not like you're changing out the carriage.
Right. The carriage is still there. What you're getting rid of is that fan shield that goes around the hot end. And then this is going, that base plate is going over the original plate.
He's saying the extruder is not stock. I'm going to be a little pedantic here and go with this doesn't change your extruder whatsoever. The hot end, however, is completely stock. That is a stock Creality hot end. It's not, I don't believe it's in the stock location. I think it's a little bit further out.
Yeah. It normally mounts to these two screws right here. I'm repurposing those for mounting fans and accessories. So it's now mounted, in order for the piezo system to work, there has to be just a small amount of movement from when the nozzle touches the bed. So you can't have the nozzle mounted directly to the plate anymore. It has to be offset on the space plate that I've created. That's why it's doing that.
Yeah, exactly. You literally have to have it pulled away for some cantilevered force. It has to exist.
The other way to work these on an ender is to use the underbed method, which is much simpler, honestly. You don't have to do this whole business on the hot end if you don't want to.
I prefer the underbed method personally.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that one real quick?
Yeah, I like. There's good things and bad things about both. So, the underbed method gives you 4 sensors. You have one at each of the screw points on the bed itself. There's a little lever that attaches to the screw that's going down, and basically when the bed moves down, it touches the piezo that's right next to it. It's pasted on there. So. The trouble that a lot of people have been complaining about with the Ender series using the underbed is that the Ender's beds are very flexible. So when they're probing in the center, they end up getting reduced quality of signal, unfortunately.
Can you show us what the underbed ones look like? We're getting asked that in the comments. By the way, for those wondering, this is what a stock Creality style hot end looks like. I hate these heat sinks. They're pretty garbage. But they're pretty garbage because these are not all metal hot ends, so you can't run them hard. You can't run them hardcore, anyways.
Pin messages. There it is. All right. Here, I'll link this to you so you can look into them.
Okay. Just ping it to me in Discord.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, sir. Oh, it's on Thingiverse. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's Hercules. One of my users built that.
See, that's cool. Now, are you going to release these on Prusa printers? Is that the ultimate goal, to get them up on Prusa printers as well?
What's Prusa printers?
No.
I actually don't know what Prusa printer is. I don't have one, so I
PrusaPrinters.org. It's Prusa's file repository.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not owned by Stratasys. You didn't know Thingiverse is owned by MakerBot, which is owned by Stratasys.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, so it's common now for a lot of people to also post stuff over to Prusa printers. And I love Prusa printers. I mean, the reason excuse me. The reason I love Prusa printers is because their servers aren't ran on a potato. And yeah, the Thingiverse servers, sometimes they're great. Other times it's like,
yeah.
hello?
I know.
Are you running a 56K modem on this bad girl? Amber, you've experienced this with me. I'm like, I can't get Thingiverse to work.
I know, and it's
I mean, I had the issue.
It's memeable. It really is. And like,
It really is,
so is their save my login for next time checkbox.
Oh God, I don't even remember my login for that. But see, I like Prusa printers because it enables me to use my normal Prusa login. I know a lot of people are liking Thangs right now. There's some Thangs, THANGS.
Okay.
But there's some controversy regarding their level of necessity for data collection. Like to become a partner with them, they require you to provide your full legal name and address. And
Gotcha.
for a lot of creators out there, they may not use their real names, and they may not want to give out their addresses.
That's kind of creepy.
Because people suck.
Because people do suck. Yes, they do. But hey, kind of is what it is. Prusa printers is good, but it has issues too. Lightspeed says, yes, there's no perfect solution. There's literally no perfect solution. But
that's why there's options out there, and we have choices.
That's the beautiful thing about this world, right?
Yeah.
I do think that Prusa printers solves a lot of the problems. Mind you, up until a couple of weeks ago, Thingiverse still had when it worked, had a much better user interface than Prusa printers. But now I think Prusa printers is catching up with all the 3D view, the on browser 3D viewer, and a couple of the other features that they've had. That is nice to see on Thingiverse. I do like that Prusa printers lets you post 3MF files as well as STL files, and if you want to get real spicy, you can use raw G code. You can actually post raw G code. Lightspeed is saying, I think Thingiverse has got better. Honestly, it
has gotten faster.
Well, yeah, but if you take a potato and toss it in a microwave and get it all hot, it's still a hot potato. Okay.
Yeah. Their search algorithm is still broken. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this one, this was the first iteration. I just wanted to bring it up so I could, because like Dan was talking about not being very, very stock. This was the closest I could get to stock originally. Let me pull this sucker out here.
No, so this is no longer a used model.
This is what? Oh yeah, I discontinued. I'm not. This is still up and available and whatnot. I just don't recommend it.
Why not?
Because it's not very reliable. Unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, it just doesn't work the way I hoped it would. No, not you. The fan. Okay, so now you can sort of see a little bit better what's going on here. What I've done is this yellow part here is just acting as a fulcrum. There's a cut in between it. Here, let's see if I can...
I still got to learn how you group all those by color. I don't know how to do that. I will have to learn one day.
Yeah, I'll explain it. But anyway, so yeah, it's just basically a piece of plastic that's taking the original mount for this and offsetting it from the posts so that it can move a little bit.
Okay.
Because the plastic moves. So and that in turn causes the top of the heatsink here to touch to move up into this piezo disc that's sitting underneath it. And since it's held down by this other mount on top of it, you get a little bending action basically. So it's good in theory, but like because this relies on this disc basically sticking to this little out jut here, it's just not a good long-term solution. So yeah, it just wasn't very reliable. I wasn't able to get a lot of good results on it, and every single time I've switched from using something like this where you're relying on some plastic bending to switching to a fulcrum and like an actual hinge or something like that, it's always worked better, even if that's a plastic live hinge. But like controlling exactly where that whole mechanical action bends is really important, apparently. So.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, no, this is cool. See, this is the kind of stuff that that we like to do here, you know.
Yeah.
Because ultimately everybody has their own opinions of how things should be done, and that's why there are tons of other options out there for people that want to that either want to make their own, or there's room in the market, right?
Yeah.
Of course, there's the Prusa Pinda probes. You've got the easy ABLs. You've got, touch point probes. You've got nozzle ones where they actually throw a little current through your nozzle and it has to boop onto, like on the TAS6, it uses a washer. You've got physical touch probes like the BL Touch. You've got piezo ones that are yours and others, right? Yours is not the only one, of course.
Yep.
So there are
precision piezos out there. There's I think just Precision Piezo and me are the only ones that are actually selling actual boards. But there's other like open source designs, and there's lots of options around. So, and by the way, if you want to build one of mine on your own, you can. I have a little kit a public Gerber that you can go and like just throw out to JLC PCB for $2. They'll send you 5 of them, and then you can literally just put the components on yourself.
I love JLC. Yeah. They're pretty great.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are.
And truly one of the few companies that aren't made in America that I can actually say, they're probably not going to steal your crap. Probably not.
I feel like they get so many orders and so much volume through there. There's just no way.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's right. It's right.
I don't
right
think they care
leaking,
enough. I don't think they care enough. They're probably making so much money.
Yeah, that is a pretty prime target for a data leak, though.
It's fair.
Yeah, it is. Oh man, Ender 3 V2 is on sale right now. Let me verify this is actually the right code.
What the heck?
$173 delivered for an Ender 3 V2.
Wow.
Hey Amber.
I'm not sick, no.
Yeah, I'm buying it. I'm gonna buy it because that'll be a fun little thing for us to have.
So I got a new method up here to show you here. So this is the yokes for a rail core, and I have a guy that was going to try this out. He said that the little plastic bit wasn't actually required for this. He ended up making something else with it. But the idea behind the Mike 6 plate is something that we have explored before. So like, for instance, with these yokes, the piezos are built straight into them, so that when the plate, here, let me see if I actually got it on here somewhere.
Lightspeed says that this looks like a rail core. Yes,
it is.
It is.
Yeah, it is a rail core.
Mind you, the comments are like 15 or 20 seconds behind, so he's probably just seeing it before you said it's a rail core.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah. So the idea behind this is the plate would sit on top of those yokes. You have another little springy action thing on this, so that it allows the plate to sort of float a little bit, and then when the plate gets pushed down, those discs will get actuated by that extra little plastic lever.
And Nadav makes a point here. He said if you print at 0.2, then 0.02 versus 0.002 on the Z is useless. The difference of the filament, the belt, and so on will make a bigger impact. And he's absolutely right.
Right.
You don't.
But I print at 0.08.
Yeah, and that's fair. Yeah, if you're printing really, really small layers, the difference between 0.02 and 0.002 matters a lot. But at 0.2, yeah, it doesn't freaking matter. Die swell. You're gonna have more issues with die swell than you're gonna have with anything else. But
Sure.
that is something to take into account, right? You have to look and say, all right, how much accuracy do I really need? And some people say, well, what the hell? I can get better accuracy for the same price. Sure, it's going to take a little bit more work, but screw it. I don't care. And I would say, yeah.
Well, the appeal of my sensor isn't so much how accurate it can get as is how easy it is to set up and how to configure it. Because you don't have to deal with offsets. You don't have to deal with any of those, like the offsets. The big thing. You don't have to worry about what kind of bed surface type you've got. The actual tuning on it is much simpler than dealing with those stupid little trim pots. So I won't say it's like instantly easily set up a bowl yet. That's something I'm working on, but that's
it'll
it's
get
better than a lot of things.
Look, it's an open source project, that is all 100%, driven by your free time and support from the community. So
right.
it's not like you've got venture capital backing with millions of dollars. It's not like you raised $2.3 million on Kickstarter back in 2015, 2016. And then July 4th of 2021 decided that, you know what? We're just not going to deliver things. Thanks for the money. Have a nice day. And that's going to roll us right into our next topic, which is Kickstarter 3D printers and why they shouldn't exist. Oh, I got to, tell me your takeoff screen. Sure, how to go back to the 3. The OLO. So OLO was their original name. They rebranded to ONO for reasons that I can't understand, but it makes a lot of great oh no jokes for the video. But we have a Grant Rant coming out on Monday where I dive into this a little bit deeper.
Dumb question. Do you think they maybe changed the name because they had to refile like company stuff? Do you think that's a possibility?
From what their Kickstarter said, no.
Well, I'm not talking about what they said. I'm saying, do you think that behind the scenes they had to refile paperwork or a business name or something to kind of...
Generally, when a company's going to make a rebrand like that,
like if there's a name change, usually is.
Alan, where'd he go?
Sorry about that. No, that was my bad. I clicked something on accident.
Amber, can you turn your camera off and on again so you guys go back to the correct spaces?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I got it. Ready?
Huh? Waiting for it to come back?
Hold on.
Did you just unplug it from your computer?
Yeah.
You can turn your camera on and off in Zoom, hun.
Oh, that's what you meant. Right.
I didn't need you to unplug
No, I thought you meant like
computer.
literally like the power off my computer. Sorry.
No. No, you just had to turn your camera on and off again via Zoom. And that would reset you guys to where you belong. But
I don't know that. I thought you just wanted the camera, like the computer had to recognize.
That's fair.
That the camera wasn't on, not the program.
I wasn't descriptive enough. That's my fault. But,
I was going hard reset.
Alan, you might remember this company. They were the ones that were doing the resin 3D printer that worked off of your smartphone.
Oh, that is them, isn't it?
I forgot Zoom bumps.
Yeah.
I don't use Zoom a lot. I forgot Zoom bumps you to the bottom if you don't have the camera on.
You don't have your camera on, it bumps you to the bottom. Yeah.
I don't do a lot of Zoom calls. I have to work in person. So
I do a lot of Zoom calls.
Whoop, we're falling. I'm here for comedy, guys. That's it.
It's all right, hun. You good? You being attacked?
Being attacked? All right. Carry on. OLO, their name change.
So the name change, I would guess that somebody else owned the name and they were using it without permission. They got caught with their pants down and had to rebrand. Now, their story is that, they're changing the way things are going, so ONO makes more sense. I'm like, neither of these made sense. OLO versus ONO, it's a terrible name.
It's such a money thing, too, as everyone knows, to do all that kind of change and logistics issues that you don't just change it because you want to.
They have to cut new molds. Yeah.
Like, there has to be a better reason than, well, we thought this was better.
Yeah, there's something they weren't telling people. But, like, in their final update, which, the community posted their final thing on Twitter because their final goodbye is to backers only. It's one of 3 posts they made that are only backers can see it. But I guess, like, the guy there was a bad person in the business. They didn't have the money in escrow. The money was stolen for a little bit. They got it back. They had logistics issues. The guy had to put almost 600 grand out of his own pocket. He's got like 5,000 ready to go, but he can't do anything about it. There's warehouses and websites. Yeah, it's like, someone get me a freaking violin here. I'm sorry, but like 2016 was not before we all knew about the suicidal race to the bottom problem with 3D printers, right? This is a thing where it was a $100 3D printer that used your smartphone. And hilariously, right, these were like the iPhone 7 and 6 Plus. Like, think of the timeline for this. Back when iPhones still had headphone jacks, and it does require headphone jacks to function properly. So
they're screwed now.
Well, so instead of having a UV LED source and an LCD screen to mask it, they're literally using the brightness from your phone as the way to cure the layers, and it doesn't work well. And every single phone is going to be different, and there are just so many issues.
UV indexes are different depending on whether you're OLED or IPS. There's like different technologies, type of screens. It's just,
there's way too many variables.
And then let's go even further,
I know that,
right?
and I'm like,
this was back when the Peachy printer was around. You remember the Peachy printer, right?
Actually, I don't.
The first 3D printer to ever make a house.
Oh, that one. Okay,
the owners embezzled all the money and bought a house. It was another $100 resin 3D printer. Yeah, that's what I made that joke in the video, and I'm very proud of myself for that joke. It was the first 3D printed house. But like, yeah, I've said it once and I'll say it again. Don't buy printers on Kickstarter, because you're not buying a printer. You're buying into the idea that maybe some point a company can deliver a product, and you're just getting it for cheaper. Like, even with Creality,
it sounds too good to be true. It probably is. It's just that age old. Like
I didn't go into the CR30 Kickstarter because it's Creality. They've never done this before. They've never done a belt printer, and there are so many issues that belt printers can come up with. And lo and behold, I was right. It's like, I've done this once or twice, and I've been burned by a Kickstarter printer. We backed the Phoenix 3D printer on Kickstarter, and it was a great idea for back in the day. That was 2013, 2014. It was a good price. It was like $300, so it was, kind of where it would have made sense. But they ran into the same issues. Like, I don't get it. People, sell your products for what they're worth. Now, we look at it in 2021, the ONO has no chance, none, of ever succeeding. Because of the fact that you can go get a freaking Elegoo Mars or an Anycubic Photon or God knows whatever cheap resin printers are out there for like $175 to $200. And those
I got mine for $120.
Oh, wow.
What?
$120.
It was a mono price though, so.
Was it the Wanhao mono price or the mono price MP resin mini, whatever the hell it was?
The MP resin mini, the crap one.
I had one of those too. I had one of those.
Okay, but it's still in its box. If anybody wants to take it off my hands.
I would fill it full of tannerite and blow it up for you.
Well, I mean, I don't have a resin printer at all. I've never used one before. It's one of the things that's on my bucket list. I wanted to try it out, so I figured for 100.
But sometimes we get too many projects under our hands, and.
Well, Alan, we have 11. So if you ever want to use a resin printer, bro, we got you. We got you.
Cool beans. Oh, did you? You're the one that showed me that new online slicer that uses DLP and stuff as well, which is fucking great.
Was that Kirimoto?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've added SLA stuff to it.
Well, this is good because we just started our SLA series, and I started with Prusa Slicer because it is the one that is near and dear to my heart, and I think it, in terms of a resin slicer, I still believe Preform, which is Formlabs' slicer, is one of the best slicers for resin on the market, bar none. Now, yes, Envision Tech has a better one, and 3D Systems has a crappier one, but I think for the money of a Formlabs printer, the software should not be as good as it is. It is Really, really good. But of course, Formlabs now has like $11,000 resin printers. My issue is that Chi2 box, which is the resin slicer for most cheap resin. It's terrible. Like it's just so bad. And like the Saturn and the Mars do not use the same file formats. So one is CBD and the other one is CBD DLP. So their file extensions are different. But there's a way to use UV tools to convert them. So
nice.
It'll work. And I am testing right now because UV tools can convert whatever you want to whatever you want for resin. I'm going to see if it can convert an SL1 file, which is the native file that Prusa slices in for resin, and be able to convert it to something that would work on a Mars Photon. And we just got a Photon Mono X. So I'm going to be doing an unboxing of that here. I got it on Prime Day for $530.
Man.
Like, dude, that's what we call in the industry a sore dick deal. Because you can't beat it. Good old AVE reference in the middle of a podcast. But I like the cheap resin printers, but the SL1S is so... Oh, man, I look at it and say, I want this printer so bad.
Yeah.
It's doing sub-second layers.
Damn.
Now, it's funny because the Saturns are my first mono printers, monochromatic LCD screens versus full-color LCD on the Marses. A Mars on the Soraya Tech Fast resin is like 8.5 seconds.
Jeez.
2.75 on a Saturn.
On the Saturn?
Yeah. Because the monochrome LCD screens can pass so much more light through it. They don't they don't block as much light. So,
sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think if I'm going to end up with one, it's probably going to be a Saturn. If I do it.
So we bought the Mono X because I thought we had a job that needed... Because the Mono X is 192 by 120 by 250. The Saturn is 192 by 120 by 200. And for $30, I'll pay $30 to get an extra 2 inches. I mean, what guy wouldn't? Am I right, gentlemen? But in that particular case, the product that we were doing required 240 millimeters worth of vertical height.
Got it.
So if we weren't going to cut it up, this is how we had to do it. But cool thing is, I actually printed the part for the client. They never wanted it. They ended up getting an FDM. My plan was that we were going to meet up in person. They ordered the FDM ones. I said I'd make a resin run and I would show it to them, but I'm going to keep it because it's like $250 worth of resin printing. And that way they could kind of get a difference. But like, the dude has completely ghosted me. Of course, he paid for the FDM parts, but I have heard nothing since then.
Okay.
He probably found somebody else, or he's sick or whatever. I don't care. But I've got this part. But this is going to help us because we also have AnyCubic's massive wash and cure station, their big one.
Oh, nice.
That I was one of the first 1,000 people to buy it, so I got it at $169. And like, Alan, if you are looking to get a resin printer, I don't think that people should buy resin printers without wash and cure stations. I think they make it so much easier to use those machines. And we're going to do like a best practices video for FDM and then a best practices for resin.
I was gonna say there's so many different ways to like wash and cure your parts, and like you can do it 100 different ways, but it's just so nice to have it in one spot and just not have to deal with 800 different things.
Some people use parts. Like a bucket with isopropyl alcohol in it. You put the parts and you kind of jostle it around.
That's a lot of ISO to get
to waste. Quality of life thing.
Yeah,
there's a lot of alcohol to waste, especially over the past year. It's like it was hard to find.
It's only gonna get harder unless like they sort out everything that's going on with logistics in the world these days. Yeah,
it's true.
It does kind of blow my mind though that you can have a fully functioning resin 3D printing setup that is relatively safe for less than $500. Now I still believe that if you want to do it seriously and you've got a budget that like the SL1S, and as much as I'm not a huge fan of I'm not a huge fan of Formlabs, but the Form 3, the Form 3L, They're not bad printers.
How do you feel about the Form 2 these days? I know it's dated, but
for the right price, I'm interested in them.
Yeah. That was the one that was kind of like,
huh?
That was another one I was going, maybe.
The thing with the Form 2 is it has an open mode where it can run, whatever resin you want, but it doesn't autofill and the wiper doesn't work anymore. Their bottles are all chipped, so they all have DRM chips on them.
Yeah.
But the bottles also have resealable tops. And the
Okay.
chip, all the chip says is this is what's in the machine. It doesn't tell you how much is in it. It just says that's what's in it. So
okay, so we use the Da Vinci method then. We just use the NFC tag from.
Well, no, you just refill the bottles.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like basically that's what we like the Da Vinci ones, you would like clone the NFC thing or use a thing like that. But same principle. You just make sure that the DRM isn't really telling what you're doing.
Well, and so that's what I'm looking, because I've got a bottle of Formlabs casting resin here, because you can use Formlabs resin in any resin printer as long as they're 405 nanometer. The thing that I prefer over MSLA, SLA, is that you don't have to deal with the galvo, and it's just a screen, so it exposes the entire layer at once. So if I was doing this big part on a Formlabs machine, it would have taken way longer because the laser has to go and scan. Right, versus the screen can just expose it all at once, and Bob's your auntie. Now, differences being Formlabs shakes the resin with the little wiper, just like the SL1S has the tank dip.
Wait, I thought. I'm thinking of the clip one.
Oh, that's Carbon.
Ah, that's the one I'm thinking of, not Formlabs. My bad.
Okay, well, the Carbon printer, you can't buy it.
Oh.
You can rent it at $40,000 a year, plus
Jesus
materials.
Christ.
Hey,
Jeez.
look, if you need to do production level on resin quality and don't want to pay for tooling, and you're doing this often, Clip and, the really fast resin processes out there are stupid good. For those wondering about Clip, I don't know what it stands for. I guess
continuous liquid something in printing.
Continuous liquid interface production. Basically, it's an oxygen permeable membrane. That's how it works.
Yeah. So you have the laser in the bottom. You have an oxygen permeable layer, and you basically have the bed just pulls as it's going, and it cures in real time.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. Oh, Nadav is asking. Oh, Nadav's behind. He's asking new molds for what? Just web page logo.
Oh yeah. For the Olo.
Yep. Yeah, they had to redo their molds to the unit, but yeah, man, I don't mind Formlabs. I'm not a huge fan of what Carbon does and how they don't let you own the printer, right? But there's no one else you can really go to. There's only a couple of companies out there that have that technology down that well.
Yeah. Well, isn't that still patented as well?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Eric's here. Hey, Eric. Refilling the Formlabs cartridges actually only works for about 3 liters per cartridge because the chips do not have a counter. You can buy third-party universal cartridge chips that you can reset, reprogram. Well, that's cool.
Sure.
I mean, that makes sense, right? When an industry is stuck with a relatively defeatable DRM, we're going to defeat it. Hannah, with Hannah Makes, she was talking in the...
Is that public? Or...
yes.
Okay, I didn't know. I was just making sure.
Yeah. No.
Hey, listen, you said some other things that weren't public, so I just want to make sure.
So the thing that she was doing is completely public. It exists already. The printer.
Just make sure.
So she has a Dimension 1200 SST, which is a soluble support old school Stratasys printer that they don't support at all anymore. And the filament is all chipped, but it's not just chipped. It knows what's on it. It knows how much filament is on it. But this code has been cracked years ago, where you can just reprogram it literally with an Arduino. And she was having problems on the Discord, and some of us were helping her out. I was more on the material side because, like, I never bothered changing out the chips because I had such an abundance of spools that were empty that didn't know they were empty. I just respooled them. when I had an SST. But yeah, this industry is not a huge fan of DRM, and when we can crack it, we do. I understand where Carbon is coming from, though, because of how crazy their machines are. They want to hold it for maintenance.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's kind of like those F1 machines. You really need like the team of people to maintain it.
Eric says the counters were introduced because Formlabs had a problem with people refilling the cartridges where the rubber valve got worn out and flooded the printers. People sent them for warranty repairs. This is also why I don't like Formlabs printers. So they're not only do they have galvos, so if for some reason you pierce your bed, all your resin just now goes into your galvo system. And a galvo is a laser with some servo-controlled mirrors. Very, very things you don't want resin to get onto, because I don't have an editor, but resin is toxic. I can't have it on the screen. But yeah, if your seal fails, because the tanks would go in upside down, and there'd be an O-ring seal that it would basically push in, and then the resin come out. As that O-ring seal fails, it's going to dump resin into the printer, and oh yeah, resin is toxic, and it's also toxic for electronics. So
corrosive.
He said the Form 2 has a cover window, so the resin will not ever get into the galvos. That was only possible on the Form 1. I have seen Form 2s that have suffered from the failure of the cover, where the cover itself has delaminated from the machine and resin has found its way in.
Ooh.
Yep. Now, I'm incredibly certain that it was 100% due to user error, because they dropped, and I've done this myself. They dropped their build plate and hit the vat. It punctured the vat and it pushed the thing. That's how I broke my first screen.
Sure.
I dropped the build plate on one of the Marses, but we bought 7 Marses and we only keep 5.
Amy has come to say hello.
Another dog.
Bye.
Oh, I love them.
Eric is right. You can get resin into electronics. Electronics doesn't generally care about resin, but eventually the resin finds its way out, and that's when it becomes problematic. If you manage to break the glass wool, then everything is possible. Eric, remember, when it comes to testing products, you should just give them to 5-year-olds, give them a hammer and a few pixie sticks, and if a 5-year-old with a hammer on pixie sticks can break it, then it's
they can break about anything. But I understand. Wait.
Back when we were doing like really, really, really hardcore product development for a few companies, that's what we actually did. We gave the products to children.
Amy, let's do it.
And we let them just beat the crap out of it, and we would find the failure modes. And we're like, all right, the kid banged the thing up against a wall and snapped it in half. We're not going to fix that. But when the little hands would start going around and things would break, we were able to fix it before it got into the hands of consumers, because kids are rough. Kids are rough on stuff.
Well, that also helps you find where things are failing and how before they normally would from regular rudimentary testing, you know?
Yeah.
So you'll find the weak points a lot quicker.
Regarding alternatives to Carbon, Nexa 3D NXE400 is a super cool alternative where you actually can buy the printer and it only costs the same as 1 year of rent of a Carbon. So it's about $40,000. And that's cool. Yeah, that is an option. Now, I don't know if Nexa 3D is popular here in the States. Eric is not in the States. I try not to dox people when I can avoid it. I'm going to look at their site right now to take a look at it. Because I have a Carbon part. I'll never forget getting it. I was at Rapid 2016. And this is like right when Carbon was coming out. And I went up to the booth and said, Can I just get a sample? Oh, Nexa 3D are from the US. So all right, that's fair. I remember going up to the Carbon guy saying, I really want a sample. And they said, well, we're talking about investments. You got 5 minutes to make, an interesting topic in this investment talk. And if you can bring us something interesting, then we'll go for it. And so I talked about my days as a salesman and how we would carry gold. We would carry 1/2 ounce and 1 ounce bars of gold with us as a way to help seal deals, and talking about what that was worth and the investment that it was and all of that. Because like these are not like your, you know, $20,000 car. These were, you know, $1 million sales that I was going into. So, you know, if you slapped an ounce of gold on the table, it was like, what, $1,400 to help seal a deal on a, you know, $1 million project? Brother, that's the cost of doing business. That's a rounding error worth of cost of doing business. My commission.
People are like, that actually works?
Oh, hell yeah, it works.
You just...
Because you say, this is yours, whether you choose to, you know, do business with us or not. But I hope you, I only ever had one person that took the gold and didn't actually do business with us. So the owner that I worked for had this formula down. He's like, he literally gave us the gold and said,
wow,
this is what you're going to do. He said, it just works, because as soon as you hand someone $1,000 or $1,400 worth of anything, they are indebted to you. So, you know, that's a thing. I guess I don't have any, I've never seen a Nexa 3D in person. But these are cool. Their build volume's huge, kind of. That's what I hate. Mark Forge is like this too, which we'll talk about them because they just went public. This build plate is 275 by 155 by 400, so 10.8 by 6.1 by 15.7 inches. It's that 6.1, man. Like, come on. It's the same thing like a Mark Forge Mark II. Its build volume is tiny. Hold on.
Didn't sound that bad. That small.
It's the 6 inches is the problem. Yeah, so a Mark Forge Mark II build plate is 12.6 by 5.2 by 6 inches.
5.2.
Yeah, and then the 6. Why are you going to give me 12 in one axis at 12.6 and then give me less than half on all of the others? It's like, guys. And like, I get it. If you're buying a Mark Forge, it's because you want that continuous carbon fiber. And boy, howdy, there is nothing else like it. We are looking at potentially getting an X7. But I have a buddy who can get me a really good deal on it. I know the CFO of Worth Additive. Met him on a 3D printing drinking call. I don't drink, but it's still fun for me. Dude, this last call that we had, we spent a good hour and a half talking about the engineering of toilets, because somebody on the call is an additive manufacturing intern at Kohler in Michigan or Wisconsin, excuse me, Kohler, Wisconsin. Okay. And yeah, she showed us all, you know, she showed us the videos that they do, because, you know, they're all public, where they use poop analogs. They have like areas. It's a sausage casing full of brown bean paste, and it's like certain measurements. Yeah, it's a thing. Wow. Like, she talked about how they do 3D printing, because they 3D print all their molds to start. They try one because the way they do their molding process is insane. But like, that's the kind of random things you have on there. And sometimes you meet like the president, or I don't think he's the president, but he's definitely high up in X1 is always on there. We have people that are actively involved in these SPACs. It's a special purpose acquisition company, I believe.
Okay, cool.
And that's actually how Mark Forge went public. Special purpose acquisition company. Hey, Grant remembered it. All right. Yeah.
You're getting a little pixely, by the way.
Oh, am I?
I don't know if it's on my side.
Well, dang. Amber, am I pixel lady for you?
No, so I think it might be on your end.
I'm not dropping frames, so it's.
Well, I mean, you two are on the same network, so you could be.
I'm not seeing that I'm dropping frames, so I should be okay.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure your stream was fine.
Mildly pissed off at me. But yeah, Mark Forge actually went public on Thursday, and I thought they did something really cool. They 3D printed their own bell that's designed off of the bell for the New York Stock Exchange.
Wait, like a ringable bell?
Yeah. Well, Mark Forge has their Metal X, which is a metal 3D printer. The problem is the Metal X is too tiny to do the bell in one piece, so they cut it up into pie, into pie pieces. But yeah, their stock did not do well.
How do they assemble it?
Oh, I don't know.
I was just curious what method they used.
That's something that would have to be able to withstand resonance of some kind.
Yeah.
They didn't act. So they rang that bell. Yeah, but the NYSE rang a different one. I'm just checking. Yeah, so they opened at $9.94, and they are currently trading at $8.28. But I mean, that is pretty typical. Joel has a video from CES 2020 where Nexa prints a full build plate full with 25 millimeter tall sample parts in 8 minutes or something like that. And yep, that is my experience with Carbon as well. They are so cool. Like, you see their marketing videos, you're like, that's gotta be sped up. And then they like zoom out a little bit and there's a clock. And you're like, shit.
Did you see the one where they were doing like their keynote speech or something and they had it on the stage and it finished the print by the time the guy was done talking?
Yeah. That's cool.
And like, from a business standpoint, when we used to do, like, when we would go to businesses, back before I was injured, when we would go to businesses, we would take printers with us, and I would have to make something that I could print out in less than 1 hour. Right, so the printer had to get set up, had to get heated up, had to print, had to finish, and cool down before 1 hour was done. So there's very little that you can print, unless you're bringing, like, a Voron V0 or something. Right. Which I might end up doing, like a Voron build, but we're going to need a lot more subscribers before I do that. Speaking of which, there are 10 of you currently watching. Please like the video. It helps our channel grow. I see Thrasher's hanging out on here as well. How you doing, Thrasher? He's like, live? Yes, homie. We're doing it live. That means we can say whatever we want, and there's nothing that anyone can say but censor us.
I don't know. Did they mean live? Did they mean live about the print or live about your podcast?
Oh, I don't know.
You're talking about the keynote and the printing. That was all.
Maybe he is. I don't know. Dad's RC Workbench is here. Hey, Dad's RC Workbench. How you doing? Thrasher wants to do. See, V0s are cool, but they're like $700 for a 120 millimeter cube build volume. But Alan, you can print with accelerations at 1G. Easily.
Damn.
Yeah, easily.
That's the Voron?
Yeah, the V0. Tom Sadlatterer did a V2.4 and gave a huge middle finger to the Clipper community because they are absolute dicks, and I want to call them out too. Y'all doing Clipper, can you all, like, not be dicks, please? Like,
I haven't heard about this. What's going on?
Oh God! So there was a war between Octoprint and Clipper saying that we're better, and like the people can argue that till the end of the day, but it got like harassment level problems.
Wait! The Clipper and Octoprint aren't. They're not mutually exclusive. They can work together for one.
They can work together.
Not only can they work together, but they fill different gaps in the technology
So
chain.
Clipper does a lot of that input shaping stuff, which will help you get incredibly fast accelerations. Duet can now do it natively. So Tom is actually refusing to use Clipper because of the way that he was treated in the community, which I totally stand by. You can't print that fast on most Core XYs, Lightspeed says. Thresh says, I have 2 of them, and they are wonderful little printers. They are, but good Lord, they're so expensive. Timothy Hooglin says, if you're going to talk down about a product, base it on the correct information.
See the comment above that? There's another comment.
Just wanted to chime in and say, you got the easy ABL sensor completely wrong. It's not inductive, it's capacitive, and the accuracy is 0.01 or better. We did fix that it was capacitive, not inductive, and it is not 0.01 or better according to their website. So we used what they gave us on their website, but Alan is still hitting an order of magnitude better than that, for reference, which I know for most people
really the point.
Doesn't matter. It
doesn't matter. That's not really the point of my sensor anyway.
Literally a measuring contest. But it's not the point of your sensor.
No, the point of my sensor is to make the configuration and calibration step easier. And when you're dealing with offsets, if you have a sensor that's hanging off the side of your hot end, it's not gonna be completely accurate.
I know who Timothy is. This is TH3D. He's in our chat.
Oh, cool. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, he's like, I literally own TH3D. I'm like, shit, it is him. Well, then you got to update your website, dude. We did fix that it was capacitive. We did talk about that. But then you got to update your website and put the numbers on there. Your website stated that you can hit 0.02 or better. But like I
mean, the technically is not wrong.
What? I mean, yeah, it's not technically. But it's like saying, and this is the tough part, right? If someone installs it poorly on their machine, they're going to get crap results, and that's going to skew the results. Even with Allen sensor or any sensor in general, if they're not well rigidly mounted, you're going to get crap results no matter what you do. It's garbage at the end of the day.
Yeah.
He wants to know where you're seeing that.
There are no stats on the product page. Where are you seeing that? Do I still have it pulled up? I looked up, let me see where I have it. Because, like, I read it direct from the website, so give me just a second to find it. I have probably, I'm going to check my search history here for it. Because I want to be able to provide the exact link.
Probably a good idea. Help T3D make sure that their site's showing accurate data.
Well, yeah, and if there's something wrong, I want to make sure that we correct it as well, right?
Absolutely.
We
I don't want to talk down on anybody
no,
if we're doing this the wrong
info. Here is, yeah, it took me a bit because I never use his full name, so it's always Tim, and it took me a little like Tim Hoogly. Damn it, that's TH3D. Yeah. So,
shit, if you want to get him on, I'd be happy to talk to him.
Well, a little late in the game for that, but I do want to have him on. That'd be kind of cool to have the two of you on together.
That would be.
And that's right. Tim says that the product page doesn't quote accuracy because it varies based on person's printer. That's probably got to be one of the most annoying things. I do see it stating at 0.01, but when I Googled it, so all I did is I Googled accuracy of Easy ABL. It brought me to show...
Is it showing you maybe like the Google
no at the bottom
or something?
At the bottom
it dragged me
says,
to the bottom. So
yeah,
it said a good probe should consistently give a range of hundreds of millimeter, e.g. 0.05. An exceptionally good probe will have a range in the thousands. Easy ABL typically tests under 0.02, and that's what I said on well set up machines with no mechanical electrical issues, and we talked about mechanical electrical issues. I'm actually going to be using an Easy ABL for the first time because we have one on a dead printer in the garage. Yeah, so the Google pulls directly from the bottom. So, and Tim can't do anything about that. There's literally nothing that he can do. That's
an algorithm thing.
Yeah, that's Google's algorithm. It does the same shit for us. So, what you could do, Tim, is if you change it to like under 0.19, it might show up as the 0.1 instead. I don't know. The way that Google does things is terrible. But I'm going to be using an Easy ABL, and for full disclosure, this is an unknown printer to me. It's an Ender 5 Plus. The guy bought it, never's been able to get it to run, brought it in to us to put it on the healing bench. And I looked at it and said, okay, wait a minute. This has a TH3D Easy ABL. He's like, what's that? I said, oh my God, okay. It also has a direct drive conversion, which is pretty cool for an Ender 5. So I'm really excited to get hands on this because I've talked about that without auto bed leveling, Crealities aren't great. And I've mentioned Easy ABL before and that I like what they do because it's like crazy cheap. I'm gonna go to their store right now and actually give like numbers. Yeah, like the Pro is $65. And okay, on a
there's more comments.
I know. On a $300 printer, $65 is a little bit. But if you want to run these on a professional level, $65 on a $200 or $300 printer, dude, like, come on. That's an easy buy.
And he's actually got real kits. I've just got to develop.
Oh, he said the article is also based on the Easy ABL, not the Pro. Yay, Google, for not doing that. So, Tim, you can help me out then. How do I know if the probe that I'm working on is a pro or not, because I have no clue about this. We tell customers 0.01 or lower. If they don't test under 0.01, support will help them find the issue. I see, these are all things. I have notes for this live stream that I have contacted TH3D using not my real name to see what their support is like, and it's really freaking good. And my plan was to contact the support during the live stream to see if I could get like a live response. Because I don't know if this probe, I don't even know if the printer's been flashed correctly. The pros have a Meanwell power supply. That's kind of cool.
Nice.
Probes are black PCABS cases. The old ones are metal. I did not see any cases on this Ender 5 Plus. Now, I wasn't looking for it either, so I want to be very clear about that.
It might be hiding inside the electronics enclosure.
That would be my guess. I'm gonna pull it up here because I found it on the website. I still have it open like a ding dong here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found like the actual kit on the website, and I don't have it available anymore because I screwed up. Because I have way too many Chrome windows open. Oh, okay, maybe it does have the Pro. Now, it does have its little strain relief is red instead of blue. I don't know if that's a distinction or not, but maybe it does. I think he's referencing to... Oh, okay, I think he was referencing the Ender Pro, not the Easy ABL Pro. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't know either. This is the bad thing about YouTube comments on live streams is that they come to us like 20 seconds after we say things. So if we said something and you commented and then we reference it after we've already been talking about things, it's literally because we're seeing it effectively in the future for you. Your comments are showing up later on for us. Red strain is
switch
Pro. Okay. Cool. And I did literally during this podcast, Tim, order a Ender 3 V2 to do a review on because they were like $160 something. So
stop telling me that. I want to go buy one myself.
Oh, dude, I put the affiliate link in our group chat. You can go get it if you want. Like $165 for an Ender 3. And look, Ender 3s are not amazing 3D printers, but
my significant other will kill me if I do that. I have 11.
Mine didn't have anything to say.
I'm just staying out of it. You know how many printers are in this house? A lot.
Yeah, my business isn't predicated on having them though. So
that's the same with this. That's why I don't say anything. It is very true.
Tim, are we connected on Twitter? If we are connected on Twitter, DM me because I have a few questions that I want to ask you before I do this live stream because I need to verify this thing is actually flashed because I don't know and I don't know how to check. I was expecting a bone stock Ender 5 Plus to come to my door. And those are so much easier to deal with, right? Because, okay, it's manual bed leveling. The guy probably doesn't have it leveled correctly. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yep.
But this one isn't. And there's a lot of unknowns for me. But yes, so he's saying, oh, look at this, Alan. I will agree that the Easy ABL is in a different class than Alan's. We actually provide a full kit and technical support, which makes it quick to install and use. And you know what? That's true.
That is very true.
I will, and their pricing reflects it too, right? I think they're about double your price. But the fact that they're providing support at a $65 price point, ridiculous. And I see there's a phone number. There's a phone number on their website.
Wow, you get a phone support. That's pretty damn good. Yeah.
Hey,
so
Tim, could we like, could I totally have you on the Wednesday live stream and we go through this printer together and see if it's actually broken? Because that'd be kind of cool. It's noon it's noon Eastern on Wednesday. I know it wasn't something I was gonna do, but you know, hey, what the hell? You're here. I might as well ask. All our technical support people are from the 3D printing community and of the USA. Dude, you know, normally I would remove people that are coming on here to just like, you know, talk about their products. But like we were talking about the product earlier, so I want this stuff up. This is really cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, thanks
Happy to have him.
Thanks for coming over, man. And I guess that's
Mm-hmm.
probably Lightspeed that tweeted at him and said, "Hey, come over here and yell at these people."
Oh yeah, we're trashing his product without him being here. Let's go make sure.
Okay, I wasn't trashing it. We were trying to make comparisons, and
Yeah.
it's not TH3D's fault that
No.
Google takes you to the bottom of the page where the numbers are worse than they are at the top of the damn page.
Right.
And yeah, this is just the way that she goes sometimes. I do want to clarify, we do offer technical support over email. Oh, we do our technical support over email. We do have remote PC stuff and phone at an additional charge. Email is better because we need pics and configs to figure out what the person needs to sort out. And see,
Always.
that's awesome. USA-based support. They know about email. Live chat would be cool. That's going to like get you on the level of Prusa, but I think we all know how much extra work that takes, and it's probably not worth it. Where email, you can have truncated responses ready to go. Where for chat, that may not be as easy.
No, I have the Discord set up on mine for that. But yeah, I basically do most of my troubleshooting through there.
Thrasher HT is saying he personally prefers the strain gauge style bed probes, but that's just me. Is that like what you have then? Is that what he's referencing?
No,
with piezos?
no. What he's strain gauges are a very different beast. They're usually piezo resistive instead of piezoelectric.
Okay.
So you have an analog pin basically being pulled that's going and testing a gauge, and when you have strain applied to it, the resistance changes. So most of the time, that's how those work. But there's two downsides to that. One is that you have to engineer that into the printer from like beginning when you're dealing with mechanical stuff. So that's something that you can't add on afterward. So that's a problem, not necessarily a big one. If you're trying to like buy a printer with one of these already installed, that's great. That's what they're for. The other problem with those is that it's not as fast. And anything that's analog polling requires software processing to do. And my sensor is all hardware based. It interrupts, it actuates in 26 nanoseconds, as opposed to software stuff, which is usually typically between 20 and 50 milliseconds.
Oh, 26 nanoseconds. He knows the exact number. So TH3D is actually offered to come on. Do we want to bring him on?
Oh, please.
All right, let's do it. He's like, I see you're using StreamYard. No, it is not that fancy. It's actually a Zoom call. And we use OBS, and I pull it all into OBS.
You just have to send him a link, I guess.
Yeah, I just did. I DM'd it to him on Twitter.
Cool.
Isn't that what is on one of the creative printers? Yes, Justin. This bed probe that we're talking about, the owner who's in the comments right now, I've got one of his bed probes on a printer that I have no idea what's going on. Are we? Right. Am I following TH3D? No. What the hell, Grant? Follow them. There.
You're gonna have to fix me up too, huh?
Huh?
You have to fix me up on that too, huh?
What do you mean?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna get on Twitter and make sure that I'm following him as well.
Yeah. Tim's like, hey, if it works. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for him to come in. There's no waiting room, so whenever you join it will instantly bring you in, and then I will pop us over to the 4-person. The names are gonna be totally wrong, but I'll fix that.
It'll be named musical chairs.
Well, no, who was the last person on the 4-person? Oh, hey, Alan, Amber, and John were the last ones on the 4-person. So all I'll have to do is change the one when Tim comes on.
Cool.
Are you sure it was me?
It's what it says on the 4-person when I go to it.
I've never been on with Alan though before.
I don't think I had either. The last one I was on was a 3.
Weird.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like combining them.
Doing it. So I found TH3D's Twitter.
Yep.
Is
it's
Tim separate from that?
TH3D Studio.
Yeah,
I got that. I'm gonna drop because I'm the only one that can drop links because I guess that makes sense so people can't spam everything. But we'll drop TH3D's Twitter in the comments for you guys. This is unexpected. This is just cool that we've never had like an in the middle of an episode guest. There he is.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
hello.
Tim is now Amber, so I have to go through and start changing names. Amber is Alan, and Alan is John. So give me just a
We're both
second.
A's.
How you doing,
sorry.
Tim?
He's muted.
Oh yeah. You're
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good.
What's up?
I like
Yeah,
your crazy lights.
Lightspeed texted me. So
It's like,
no, I mean, I don't care what people use. I just want to make sure stuff is set straight because we spend a lot of time on those probes.
oh
Very
no,
valid.
dude, seriously. And
Yeah.
blame
Perfectly
Google.
happy with that.
I'm sorry, blame Google. When
Yeah, so that's why I was like, where is he getting actually? Because like I said, we don't publish like, oh, you're going to get this because I can't guarantee someone else's printer. I don't know if they have everything physically built well. I can tell you in any one of these machines in here, even with a couple I have with the older probes, they'll pull under 0.01 every single time. You know, it really depends on how well the machine's built. And so the older probes, just the regular easy ABL, those were for the V1s, those were an 80 hertz pulling rate. The V2s and V3s, so there were a couple different versions. You had the V1, and then we went to the V2. Those went from 80 hertz pulling rate to 100 hertz. So they were taking 100 samples every second to see if, hey, is there something in front of me, you know, in the detection zone. So, and then the V3, we introduced power filtering on board because a lot of the crappy Chinese printers, they, you know,
that's exactly what screws up my sensor too.
Yeah, the ripple. So we have so the board, our board actually has reverse voltage protection, but the combination of that diode for the reverse voltage protection and the capacitors on there allows us to decouple the power. So our sensor, instead of getting power that's like this, if you have a power supply, it's got a ton of ripple, it gets a nice smooth curve, and it also doesn't allow, you know, your printer bed or your hot end heaters and stuff that's high draw to drain those caps then. So that's what we did on the V3. The V3.1 was another one, and we actually added a braided shielding to the wiring on those sensors. And now the Pros, we not only have a braided shielding, but the cable is composed of, you got your 3 wires for the actual sensor, the positive input, the ground, and then the return signal that gets pulled to ground when it's triggered. And then we also have, there's 3 pieces of like a string, like a cloth string for strain relief, a layer of foil, and then a tight wound braiding.
Oh,
so,
nice.
And then
you're double shielding basically then.
Yes, I have. I actually have. I cut away one of our cables because people are asking. Because the main thing I don't like about the BL Touches is that they always use this really thin, unshielded wire. You're running it next to all your heaters, your stepper motor wires, and it picks up the interference and it trashes the accuracy of the sensor. You know, we don't have to worry about any of that stuff with it. So, and then we drain all that. Anything that the shielding picks up gets drained out to ground. Nice. So. You know, we've thought about a lot of that stuff. So, but yeah, it's a full, you know, our thing's also a full kit. So like, let's say you're putting on your printer, you're like, I don't know, I'm getting, you know, terrible accuracy. Our guys will walk you through, you know, be like, hey, send us a picture of this, this, and this. And then they'll start narrowing down, okay, where is the mechanical problem on the printer? Did you calibrate the sensor correctly? Did you mount it at the correct distance? Because there's a set distance that we found the sensors perform well, because like, for example, the 18 millimeters, they'll detect anywhere from 1 to 10 millimeters, but the sweet spot for getting that higher accuracy is about 4 to 5. So that's what we have people calibrate them at. So, yeah, I mean, to give you an idea, our team fields about 350 tickets a month for our technical support tickets. And we've got 3 full-time guys that all they do is customer service and technical support. That's all they do.
Now, I want to point something out because you started off as like just a guy running it out of a room kind of deal, and now you have full-time staffers that are strictly just doing support.
Yes, so we have, there's myself, my wife, we're the 2 owners. And then I have Joe, our operations manager. He actually he's a guy, have you heard of the Daedalus printer?
Oh, yeah.
So Joe's our Joe works here. Yeah, Joe works here about 20 to 25 hours a week just doing operations management. We've got a full-time shop manager, and we have 2 shop technicians as well. And then I've got a engineer in Georgia that does like our PCB runs and everything, and does the majority of the design, you know, for like, you know, our entire, you know, boards that we design, like these little guys here, our actual control board.
I'm that guy for Grant, basically.
It's true. Yeah. Alan is our Alan. I don't know how to do electronics. Can you handle this, guy?
Yeah.
So my problem is I can do the electronics. I don't have the time.
That is my other problem.
That's the hardest part about running the business is like handing off stuff and hoping,
Oh,
you know,
dude, isn't
putting
it?
trust in
Somebody-
people.
Yep.
You know, you know, I'm really happy with our team we have right now. I don't even know how many people we have. I'd have to count, but I want to say it's about 10 people, including myself and Samantha. So, but yeah, no, I mean, we take stuff really seriously. We stock over 160 different products in our shop. Yeah, we ship anywhere from 1,500 to 2,200 orders a month right now.
Nice.
When I talk to people, I'm like, I am in the wrong damn business. But then it's like, oh, he's got 3 full-time people just answering emails and phone calls. So that, for those out there that don't understand that kind of a cost, that is no less than $2,000 a month.
Oh, our payroll is almost $30,000 a month. Right now.
So when you're like, oh, he's shipping, that's a lot of product. And then you're like, oh yeah, he's at 30 grand a month in payroll.
Yeah, that's just payroll.
One of my
that's
pups decided he needs some help at the moment. I'll be right back.
Okay.
That's not including any other overhead. You know, we're right around that mark. So, but I mean, the company's grown. We've had these last couple of years have been insane for everything going on. I don't want to get your channel flagged, so I won't say the magic word that YouTube hates. The human malware situation.
I love it. No, you know, we've actually talked about it before. Amber is actually an ICU nurse, and
they flagged our videos for even mentioning the word.
Did they?
Like they've put them the yellow ineligible or restricted monetization.
Well, then we won't mention it. But Amber has worked in those wards.
I still do. Like, why is
does.
that a flag? That's ridiculous.
There's other YouTubers I've talked to. I got the human malware thing from Steve over at Gamers Nexus refers to it like that. So I was like, I'm gonna do that so they don't flag our stuff. You know.
Okay.
Oh wow, you got 15,000 subscribers too. Nice.
Yeah, the channel is more of a pet project for me. I mean, we do use it as an avenue for promotion, but you know, it's kind of cool that I'm able to carve out time. We do Q&A sessions twice a week on Wednesdays and Fridays at 5 p.m. Central. So if you can ask any questions about any 3D printer topics, doesn't have to be about our products. So
nice.
Yeah, we do that. A lot of moving parts here. So especially with you know, we've had to completely redesign our control board to use a different processor because of all the silicon shortage stuff happening.
Oh, that's true.
So,
yeah, because you're running a completely separate processor. It's like a piggyback on the main printer processor, right?
Well, I'm talking about for our control boards. So we use for our this one's no longer being made. This is the Easy Board Light V12, and this is using an NXP LPC 1769. We can't find them anywhere.
I know those words, yeah.
They've been out of stock for over a year now. So we had to switch over to an STM32 platform, and luckily we hedged our bets and bought a bunch of processors back in March before we even had the board done and tested. You know, it was a CPU that wasn't even supported at Marlin, so I worked with Scott over at the Marlin dev team, and we started getting all that done. So we have a new board. I'm just waiting on the second revision, so a prototype in one of the machines here. It's been running great. There's a couple little things that need to be changed around on the PCB, and then we're doing one more revision and testing it, and then we should be in market in about a month and a half on the new boards. So if we can actually get the chips. The Easy ABLs, luckily, don't the only, you know, we use Opto IC to do the isolation between the actual signal side and the power side. Those we haven't had supply issues on, but we also bought a ton of them just to have. So, but yeah, so I mean, like one of the things, the one main thing with the Easy ABL versus, you know, like specifically like BL touches, like I wouldn't not trying to, you know, dig on your piezo stuff, but the piezos, I've messed with them, they work. The problem is they're really complicated compared to just something that you can attach to an existing hot end design, because you have to integrate it into that hot end design, and you know, also the learning curve with users. I can only imagine users trying to properly get that all set up is probably even more of a headache than, you know, adding a probe onto an existing carriage.
Somewhat.
Yeah. So, but yeah, if get it in terms of the thing. I think the reason that it is a very popular product is because we do have the support. We do have all the firmware set up. So, I mean, we do, I don't even know how many machines we support at this time. I think it's 30 or 40 different machines at this point. And then we also have to account for all the different boards that came in these machines, because Creality likes to just be like, hey, we're changing everything to a 32-bit processor with no notice, and we're not telling anybody, and it's Russian roulette on what you get in the box when you buy an Ender 3.
Oh yeah.
So
but did they do that with the originals, or is that just the V2 and beyond?
No. So the Ender 3 and the Ender 3 Pro, they're basically the same machine, right? With some changes, power supply and the Y rail, and that's about it. But they came with the V113 board. They came with the V114, which were Atmel 1284P boards, and then just randomly last year, 32-bit boards started showing up. So we're trying to, we had to then scramble to be like, okay, well, no one, Creality's not being like, these are now shipping with 32-bit boards.
Oh yeah, they're not going to tell people that.
We, like, for example, we did a build out of a bunch of Ender 3s for college here, and we bought a dozen of them, and half of them came with 32-bit boards and half of them came with 8-bit boards. So we ended up changing them all out to the same board so they can run the same firmware for ease of use with them. But then had to make firmware then for that board, and it was very early support in Marlin 2, so we had to scramble. There was like a 2-month gap where if you had a 32-bit board in your Ender 3, 3 Pro or 5, we didn't have firmware to run our kit. So, but we ended up putting it out, told everybody, hey, we're aware that this board exists now, and Creality doesn't have a notification system saying, hey, they're not calling it like the Ender 3 32-bit, it's the same product.
At some point, Tim, I'm just expecting the Ender 3 Pro V2 9001 edition, because honestly,
they're not going to change the numbers, and when they do, they reuse the same number over time. How much confusion there's been caused. People will buy like a fan or something for their CR10, but the CR10 is a 12-volt machine, but they really have a CR10 V2 or a V3 or a CR10S Pro, or maybe it's a CR10S Max, but there's all these machines with CR10 in the name. Yeah. And people have no idea half the time what they actually have in their machine, or what machine they actually have. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
funny thing is that this is a phenomenon that naps across a lot of different industries. So like my real job is I work in the medical device industry. I support a bunch of products for that do medical video technology kind of things. Same kind of shit happens with certain manufacturers. We'll just get a product that we've been buying for years, and they've randomly swapped one IC out without telling us, or they've gone and changed the way that this particular USB device is tagged, or like its IDs, its hardware IDs have changed, and they didn't send us an engineering notice, and all our shit breaks.
I'm surprised that happens in the medical industry, because usually isn't there a long certification process involved if you change components on the boards?
There is, but the things that usually this happens on aren't for medical devices specifically. They're usually the supporting like ancillary peripherals that we're getting. We're buying. Exactly. So like in this particular instance, it was a type of mouse.
Okay.
So like actually that one was a keyboard. My bad. That one is we have like medical grade keyboards and stuff like that, so they're not supposed to do it. In this particular instance, they did. What the change was though was just a change in the ID. Like when you plug a USB device in, you get like
it's got a unique hardware ID.
Exactly. So that had changed without anything else about it changing. So they didn't get dinged by the regulatory body. But that change in the ID made the software things that we use for security not recognize it as a proper device. So it didn't allow it to be used.
I'm assuming there's a whitelist of what acceptable USB IDs are allowed to be plugged into.
Exactly. Among other things, it's to prevent people from doing malware and shit like that. So yeah, exactly.
Which is, huge these days. Look at all the attacks that have been happening. My background before I started this was in IT management. So, all the stuff we do, all the website you see, I did all that ourselves. We have, like for our control boards, we actually have a site. If you guys have ever tried compiling firmware with VS Code, sometimes it goes well, and other times it doesn't work at all.
Yep.
We literally have a website for our board. You literally go to the site, you click through your options, and it compiles it server side, and then presents you with a bin file to put on the SD card.
You guys did like the Rappeteer thing.
No, it actually compiles the firmware. It's not just a config file.
Ooh.
And
Yeah.
see, that's what I'm worried about, is that this printer that someone put this upgrade on, God knows when, did not do the firmware.
Yep.
And so it's not working the way that it should. I have not turned it on yet. I was going to literally do this like... A lot of times we get printers that come in and the only thing that is wrong is the person that was operating it. There was one time...
And that's Tim,
I kid you
that's not uncommon.
That's
I mean,
majority.
a lot of the times we'll get returns on products and we'll get them and we'll throw them on a printer. And we're like, there's nothing wrong with this.
I had a gentleman unclog his printer.
Oh
One
no,
of these.
not with that. Those get
dear.
way too hot. You can actually melt.
Yep.
Tim, he did
Can
not
melt
take
the
the
block
printer
and
apart when he
everything.
went to unjam it.
Oh dear God.
He melted the entire friggin', and this is not like, an Ender 3. This was a Prusa. An $800 Prusa
To be
Mark
fair,
PS.
To be fair, people buying Prusas are not usually electrically inclined. They're buying because they want a printer that works out of the box.
I
where
mean, that's fair.
I think there's
But
there's
plastic
kind of
and real hot. Those don't go together. Like,
I was,
you'd be surprised the stuff we've
I
seen.
work at a hospital. I know.
she probably
People
knows.
do this with their own bodies, let alone other things. So
Oh, dear
I
God.
know.
Yeah, my buddy Joe was a medic for a
Yep.
while. He's got some crazy stories.
Joe,
if you guys
to
ever
this
hang out with him.
day, has the longest episode of our podcast. It is almost 5 hours. Because Amber and I have been dating for almost 5 years now, and of course, the minute I, kind of clued Joe into the fact that I knew stuff about medical, we hardcore shifted away from the Daedalus and 3D printing and went right into
Yeah.
medical for like 2 hours.
Well, and I don't know if you know this, the Daedalus uses our sensors on it.
yes, it does. Yeah.
So he's using our smaller 12 millimeter sensor because this was actually a prototype unit before Joe was even working for us doing the management stuff. I had bought this as I was one of the beta testers, and it came with a BL Touch, and mine on like the third or fourth print, the BL Touch just decided not to trigger and bent its pin, and then like a couple of other people's Daedaluses did it, and he's like looking, he's like, your EZA BL work with a duet board, right? I was like, yeah, it just emulates a normally open end stop. I was like, yeah. So he put that on there, so that's now what they're shipping with. So as far as I know, he's only had one probe failure out of I don't even know how many he sold. He hasn't given me his sales numbers.
I've been trying to we're at a point where I want to get another big printer, and I think the next one's gonna be a Daedalus because they do punch above their weight
It's solid.
class.
It's funny because one of my guy that runs our print farm, every time he comes to the office, he's like, man, I want one of those, and he's like touching it and everything, and he's like, I was like, it's a nice piece of kit if you want something that has the big build volume and works and has proper metal parts on everything. Like there's I think the only thing that's FDM printed on that machine is a spool holder. Everything else, if there's stuff that is printed, it's SLS nylon. All the metal parts are all CNC milled aluminum. Like there's a lot of time into that machine. Yeah.
And for $3 grand, it's ridiculous. We have a Fusion 3, which is 14 by 14 by 12.4, 12.6. It's not a bad printer, but with an 18 millimeter long Bowden tube, you're gonna run into some, or not 18 millimeter, 18 inch long Bowden tube.
Yeah.
You're gonna run
the
into
Ender
some
5 Plus
problems.
I think the Ender 5 18 is short compared. I think the 5 Plus, I have one of those. I think that's almost 2 feet long, if not more.
Yeah.
I think it's longer than that.
The one that we have that was dropped off is like quasi direct drive. It's got like a little tiny, the Bowden tube's like 6 inches
yeah,
long
if it's a micro, you can tell. Usually the micro Swiss, they'll have a CNC milled plate for the X carriage. It's probably a knock. It's probably there's a lot of knockoffs that have come out that I've never used. I have customers of ours that use the micro Swisses and they love them. I have a mix of both direct drive and Bowden systems. I just have different machines set up for different use cases, depending on what they're doing. So, but yeah.
I think
So let me ask you something, Tim. Let me ask you something, Tim. If you had access to my boards, do you think you could do your own thing with them?
I might. The only thing with piezos is because we looked into doing a piezo system because there's oh my god, what is it? Precision Piezo? They open source their design. my main thing is the piezo's, while they, once they're set up and everything's dialed in and physically assembled, they do work. The problem is getting end users. I think you significantly underestimate the potential of end users to mess up things.
I don't think he does.
There's stuff you've seen that I couldn't even make up if I tried, that people have done.
The way I built this one, it's taken a lot of the mystery and all those headaches that you come across with the electrical side have been basically eliminated. So
yeah, like you're talking about like the calibration, getting that sweet spot where it triggers at just the right amount of pressure type of thing.
Not only that, but also the fact that it's programmable. So it has an I2C connection, it has a UART connection. You can actually have the controller increase or decrease the sensitivity on the fly if you want.
Is there like a little 8-bit microcontroller or 32-bit?
Yes, there is. There's an 8-bit. I've got a little 32AP on there.
Okay.
And what it's doing is it's sitting on there and actually sensing and balancing the circuit. So if there's any kind of surges coming in from the other side, it actually has ripple protection hardware wise. Mm-hmm. But if there's any major like fluctuations, it goes and adjusts the comparator levels on the fly.
So try to get that as tightly regulated as possible.
Exactly.
Do you ever have any times where like the compensation either overshoots, undershoots, and throws off the accuracy?
I did back in the beta or the alpha phase, but it hasn't. I haven't had any issues with it ever since V2 and beyond. So it's interesting.
So the thing is, like, if you wanted something like that to be like a success with like your average user, you're almost gonna have to like design an ecosystem of mounts that you can hand to them that are already designed. Because like I feel like a lot of the people that are making stuff, there's a lot of cool stuff in the open source community, but the key to getting market adoption is having the mounts, full kit. Yeah. Like having mounts to actually use the product. You can't yep. no one's gonna buy this and then you have to go in and know how to do CAD design to then make a mount to use the product that you want. You know what I mean? You didn't see the early part of the stream, did you? I flipped through it a little bit, and then I was like, "Oh, they're actually live still." So
yeah, but it's actually live.
If you want, I can show you the mounts that I've got designed already. Yeah. You can take a peek.
You want to do it?
Yeah, sure. I'll throw the share back up. Hang on. All right, here we go. So here's my Creality one. This one is, I've currently got two different designs that are set up on here. First one's based on the Hero Me. Somebody requested this so that they could use their original hot end.
Yeah.
And then I've got an E3D based one as well.
So it kind of when the nozzle probes, it's kind of pushing that plate up against your board there.
Exactly. So here, let me pull the mount off. You can see the base plate. So the piezo disc is on this PCB. It's mounted.
And that goes back to the actual control board.
The controller itself is here. I'll get my reference up here.
I still think Alan has one of the most properly organized CAD workspaces. Mine looks so much worse than this.
So this is my sensor board. So you have the piezo actually connects in right here, and you have the controller side. Handles both. It's got your ground, your voltage, obviously, I2C, SDA, SDL. It also has the piezo trigger and a PT100 output. So,
and the piezo trigger just goes back to the I/O pin on your control board.
Yeah, the Z probe pin can be configured to either be active high or active low either as well.
So you can
Yeah, you can use either on a probe pin or you can use it on an end stop pin if you wanted to.
Now, are you able to change those settings without hooking up to that board? Like, can you do it from the firmware level?
You can do it from the firmware level, yes.
Okay.
But that requires firmware adoption, unfortunately.
So do you have your own like Marlin branch that has it working in there? Have you like
that I need help with? I haven't. Insanity Automation promised he'd do one for me about 2 years ago and hasn't done it.
Yeah, David. Yeah, David's is quite busy. He does really good work. He's just kind of one of those people that's all over the place because he has so much going on.
I know. I think he may actually already have a branch somewhere, but he just hasn't pushed it. But yeah, basically this also has. I have an I2C bridge sketch built up so that you can take an Arduino, plug it into that, and change the settings. So that's another way of doing it. It also has the serial connection, but that requires soldering. The easier way to do that is
to just talk to it.
Yeah,
I mean, I think the easiest way, I mean, for end use, I feel like if that device, instead of them having to have a separate programmer, just like a USB to serial, you know, like a CH340 or FT232R on board with a little USB port would probably be a lot more user friendly.
It would be. It's just I was trying to keep it a certain size and a certain price.
Oh yeah, I get that.
Yeah, the idea behind that bridge is that you should be able to plug the bridge in and program it that way. So
the bridge is another separate board.
The bridge is a sketch that you can use with an Arduino Uno or any other 328 really.
And you plug that. Got it. You plug that into I/O pins to this.
Precisely.
To this control board. Got it.
Yeah, and this, but the intended use case is for this to just be controlled by the 3D printer's controller, and there's a menu within that handles it. So that's
Sorry,
the
I thought
intent.
my mic was muted.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
was trying to toggle it. I was like, oh, the button went away, and I didn't click on anything.
But yeah, I actually didn't know Insanity's name. Thank you for that. But David said that he's got something in the works for it. He just hasn't actually published it yet. But I have an alternative in the meantime, because I haven't ever messed with doing a pull request to Marlin before. That's a lot of stuff that is other people's code, and I try not to mess with whenever possible.
Well, when you do pull requests, they have a certain template and format they want everything filled out in,
Right.
and then they go through and qualify the code, and they'll usually do edits and revisions. So there's some
Sure.
other features in Marlin I've done, like coded into my own branch and then a PR against me and Marlin, it moves in.
Sure. I just I'm not familiar enough with the back end of Marlin's code to know where to start injecting things. So,
I mean, the easiest way would be have them pre-flash to act with a certain logic and just have that be the default, so people don't have to go in and change anything.
sure.
You know, but obviously have that option if someone wants to go in and mess with it.
Okay,
But,
I see what you're saying. We could do it
You
from
know
a
what I mean?
configuration instead of having a menu item. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, well, and two, if you had it just emulating, NO logic or NC logic, you wouldn't really need anything added into Marlin to use that probe then, because it's just acting like an
I see.
NC. Do you know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah, I
Like,
see what you're saying.
you don't necessarily need all those extra settings if
You're right. Yeah.
if the board is pre-programmed out of the box to function a certain way.
That's
and then you
that's
have
the intended
options.
thing. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the intention for every everyday user. But I do want to have the option for those who want it to be able to go and futz with those settings if they feel like they want to.
Yeah. The big thing then would be you're probably going to need two I/O pins then, one for the communication between your 328 and the printer firmware, and then the one for the actual Z signal as well.
Yep.
Unless you can do some type of multiplexing on the pin.
That's what I'm doing here. Is I've got an I2C connection on these two pins.
Okay.
And my
The
Z probe is out
I2C?
here. Yeah, exactly. So I'm using that as my my long distance input.
Amber and I know all of those terms.
There's just 2-pin communication protocols. There's lots of them.
It was more of a joke, but yeah. No. See, this
Sorry,
is
the
just
cat's
cool.
playing with a plastic bag right now, so hopefully I don't know if that's gonna come through my mic.
I
I
don't-
can hear it a
don't
little
hear
bit, but that's all
anything.
right.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised my dog has not grabbed a squeaky toy, because every time he hears me streaming, he goes from sleeping to let's play with the squeaky toy.
Yeah, she has so many
Tim,
toys in here, and the thing she plays with is the plastic bag.
I had to get a stunt double cat because when my cat's not in her cat bed, people are like, "Where's the cat?" She's doing
I get
cat
that a lot.
things.
Usually, people, if I don't have the dog in here when I start a stream, they're like, "Where's Remo?"
Now,
He's
what
right here.
what
Here,
times
he'll-
do you stream on Wednesday?
5 p.m. Central.
Oh, okay.
And then same thing on Friday. We did them originally Monday, Wednesdays at 2, and then found out that it's better because normally during the day I've been getting pulled into multiple different directions. So, and plus we pulled everybody like, hey, would you guys like if the stream was later in the day? Because, then people are not watching some guy talking about printers on YouTube in the middle of the workday. So
That was so funny because I used to do my streams at 5. We do streams Wednesday and then one day on the weekend. So I do just like either a Fusion 360 live stream, an unboxing live stream. This Wednesday is going to be dealing with that Ender 5 Plus. They used to do them at 5, and people were like, could you do them earlier? I'm like, okay, sure. So we put a poll out on YouTube. Yeah, the winner was noon. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll do it at noon. I don't care.
Yeah. The main thing we found, we started doing with our email list, started doing like YouTube notifications where once I get all the stream scheduled on YouTube, I'll then go and schedule emails and go out a half hour before the stream actually goes live. And, we've been getting a lot more viewers because people are actually getting some notification that, hey, we're going to be live at this time.
Yeah, better than whatever YouTube gives them. We don't do email yet. That's on the horizon, but 3D Musketeers is not we don't do products. We're a service bureau. So, our email list is full of people that would probably not watch us anyways. But I mean, we started this YouTube channel specifically to be like education for new potential customers, because I think we all can actively agree here that there's one big problem in this industry, and it is an absolute lack of any and all education. What?
Sorry. I was just, I have heard of PYR0ball before. Is that you?
Yeah, that's
me.
Alan.
Yeah.
Okay. I have seen that before because I was like, that sounds familiar. And I looked it up. I was like, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've interacted with you on like Thingiverse somewhere at some point, something like that. But
I actually don't. I have a Thingiverse account. I don't use Thingiverse. I have, like, if you look up on Facebook, you'll see an account with my name, but we literally just use that to manage like all our Facebook page and the groups for the company and stuff. But the closest thing to social media I do these days is Discord. So, and we do have a Discord server with about 4,000 people in it right now. So,
is there a link to that somewhere?
It's just
we'll post it up.
Yeah, it's just discord.th3dstudio.com. I'm all about having subdomains that redirect to complicated URLs, so they're easy to remember.
Good. Okay.
Me too. I got to set one up for mine.
Yeah, it's I do it that way too, because if all of our core links are just subdomains, if URL changes, I just update the redirect and the URL is still valid then. Saves a lot of time.
Oh, and so when we're done with the stream, I'll join in because I am hoping that this Ender 5 Plus is very straightforward. I have never worked on an Ender 5 Plus before. But like, it's a Creality printer. There's only so many things that can go wrong on them. They're very basic. Yeah. But when I saw that it had your probe on it,
is it a 5 or a 5 Plus?
That's a great question. How do I tell the difference?
5 Plus is huge.
Z. Yeah,
5 Plus is huge with 2 Z motors.
Yeah, it's got 2 Z motors. That's the biggest thing.
I think this one has 3.
And somebody messed. There's no one. The Creality has not made any F5s with the 3. The 5 had one.
Sounds like heavy modifications.
The 5 is like the quasi Core XY with the bed and the Z axis.
So it's the 5 and the 5 Plus are both Cartesian machines that are the boxy style frame. People think they're Core XY because they see box.
Right, but
I would not call it. I would not call it quasi Core XY.
It's Ultimator kinematics. Yeah.
Not even Ultimator.
No, it's not. It's just Cartesian.
It's literally just a Cartesian printer slapped on its side.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, instead of your whole X gantry moving in Z, it's the bed moves in Z, and then the head is static at the top, and it moves around at XY.
I was a little bummed because like they do look like Core XY, and I got him like this is.
They do have a Core XY machine out. They have the Ender 6 and the Ender 7 are both Core XY. I've got 6 here. There's a 5 Plus behind me. I've got 2 5s in the shop. I want to say we've got about 70 printers at this point.
Wow.
So we have a whole room in our shop that's just the print farm. So
I'm up to about half of that now, but it's because I've been buying a lot of stupid cheap 3D printers from. I just bought an Ender 3 V2 for $170 delivered.
Jeez.
Like
how much for what?
An Ender 3 V2. It was on Lightning sale with a coupon code for $173 delivered.
That's not terrible. I mean, that's good for a new printer. If you're on some of the Facebook groups, there's a lot of these resellers that sell on Amazon. You can buy return machines. I mean, I've paid $70 for Ender 3 Pros before that are like return units, and 9 times out of 10 they don't have anything wrong with them.
Yeah, and that one time they do, it's like, I got spare parts for the next one.
Well, the one that I got that was actually defective, there was a bad solder joint on one of the jumpers that set the stepping mode for the X-axis. So it was it was not making contact, so it was in 1/8 stepping over to one instead of 1/16. So he told the X to move 10 and it moved 20.
Uh,
But I was looking at it, I was like, oh, took my soldering tech down the little surface mount resistor, and I was like, hey, look, it's working again.
I've stayed away from that, but now, like, I did not ever expect us to be growing a channel like this. We started growing our channel in March when a video of ours it got 7,000 views in 2 weeks for a 50 subscriber channel at the time. So that's pretty damn viral for the size of the channel. And I'm like, all right, what the hell? We'll take it seriously. So we've taken it seriously. We're doing 5+ videos a week. Now,
I see. You were talking about Cricut and them screwing over their customers. I started by most. My wife has a Cricut. If I knew it was all cloud based, I would not have bought it. I got it for her as a gift, and their system is terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Did you see what Lightburn put out at Murph?
I was at Murph, and I was talking to Jason there, and I was like, well, if you need someone to test the stuff, let me know, because we have a couple Lightburn licenses here, because we've got 2 CO2 cutters, and then I just actually got a diode laser to play with from Atom Stack, which actually was surprisingly impressive. It's actually what engraved the logo on my table here. So we posted some picture of that on our social media accounts.
Not running it open, right? You got good acrylic or laser glass around it
for the diode laser. Yeah. Oh no, I just open the windows, close the door, and leave.
Okay.
I do have a HEPA filter in the office.
It ain't the smell, buddy. It's the reflections and how diode lasers. You're
that's why you have the goggles.
Now, don't tell me those are the same goggles that the machine came with.
It seems to block everything. I don't have a wavelength tester.
Can you see the beam? Can you see the dot?
Barely, just barely.
Okay,
and it does have. So they did do a nice thing where they have acrylic, like a tinted acrylic around the head.
Yeah.
And there's only like this much of a gap between the bottom, so it's pretty decent. But like the problem with the diodes is you can't use clear acrylic to block it like a CO2. At least you can see the I remember when I was setting up my K40, the mirrors were completely out of alignment, and I'm like, I'm not getting a hole. I was like, where is it? I'm looking in the corner. I was like, oh, there's a burn spot on the paint. And I'm like, oh, there it is. There's a laser. We got to re-aim that.
I have accidentally gotten my hand. We have a red and black Chinese clone. Everyone knows. I say it's a red and black. People know what they are.
Is it like a 28 by 20 cut area?
It's exactly what it is. Yep, it's a red Sail X700 clone.
I don't know what the model is. Is it an 80-watt tube? Yep. I have the same exact one in our shop. I picked that up with like 100 hours of use on it and a chiller for $1,200.
I hate
it's and what we use it for? We mainly use it for prototyping. If we're making a new flex plate size, we will cut it out of cardboard before we send it off to the manufacturer to have it made actually cut out of the actual steel.
We got our laser when we were in retail. I know a 3D printing business in retail. I was naive because I'm like, people don't want to wait around for a 3D print to be done. We'll get in a laser. Yeah, like 6 months later, they quadrupled our rent and we left. So I now have a laser in my garage. But yeah, we do our business cards out of Home Depot grade plywood. People love them.
Just cut it out.
Oh, they're great. They take like 2 minutes a piece. I
just use Vistaprint.
See, I used to as well, but like that's cooler. And if I'm going to someone that I'm trying to sell them something that they don't really understand all that much, if I can have a cool business card that gets me in the door pretty easily the first try.
Let me show you guys something really quick. Hang on.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so afraid now.
Oh, it's about to get R-rated, isn't it?
Look, this is full.
I mean, the
R-rated.
sun's still out, so.
Come here! Stop barking! Stop barking!
Oh, he's grabbing a dog. Now I'm really concerned.
Yeah, this little
Little.
Yeah, he's 6 months old. Okay.
Yeah, that's a
I
German
tell.
Shepherd, right?
Yes, he's about 80 pounds right now.
Oh, he's gonna get big. He's gonna get huge. Okay. Here's mine.
PCB.
Yeah. So guess what this is? It is.
Is that a larger version when you're doing through-hole stuff?
Exactly.
Yeah, to give you an idea, before we switched to the Easy ABL Pro, we were hand soldering over 500 PCBs a month here. in-house before we switched over to surface mount.
Why were you hand soldering?
Because we
Jesus Christ.
scaled, the demand went up, and I didn't
Just
have
gotta
a
go grab some water.
chance. You know, it was just keeping up with
Man.
everything. We had the PCBs made, and then we literally, I had 2 guys literally just sitting at soldering stations, 8 hours a day, just cranking
Dude.
them out.
I feel that pain, dude. Like when I was doing these before I actually got a manufacturer to build them for me, it was the same size board. I was doing 0402s and QFNs by hand, panel at a time, 12 boards. It would take me 2 hours to do.
Yeah, machines are much quicker
Yes.
to do it. Like and they do a better job too. Typically, you know, their work's a
Typically.
little bit cleaner.
Yeah, mine always ended up drenched in flux afterward.
Yeah, just channel your inner Lewis Rossman. Just put half a 55-gallon drum of flux.
Yep.
Just take a big old ice cream scoop and just put it on the
Yep,
board.
pretty much. Yeah.
I still have my flux from Radio Shack, and I am still proud of that. Damn it!
So you don't do much soldering, is what you're saying.
Oh man, I've got a.
It has been a minute, but
I've
I
got
do
a-
build Tesla coils and electric vehicles when I find.
I've got a-
time.
I've got a tub of Kingbo flux that's about this big. I've been using since 2012, and I still haven't gotten through it. So I mean,
I buy. Where are they? I go through like one of these a month.
yeah.
Is the,
Oh,
Yeah.
those are no.
Yeah, the
I
Ninja
have
chemicals.
like a tub of it. It's like an
Yeah.
8-ounce container.
No, but
I
the
did pick
syringes
this stuff
are-
up. You ever mess with this stuff for
Yeah,
doing
the
service
liquid-
mount? The liquid,
absolutely.
the Kester.
yeah, I use
Oh.
one of those little dispenser bottles with a tiny needle tip to it.
Yeah,
But
this has an attachment for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, pro
So
tip: you can get 3cc syringes on Amazon for like dirt cheap.
Yep.
We use methylene chloride a lot, because it's a chemical welding agent for plastics. And
Yeah, true.
the only way to dispense it, because it is so thin, is with a 3cc syringe or syringes. I bought 100 of them for like $10. You use
Yeah,
it, you throw it away.
Yeah, I used to use those. I had 2 e-juice companies back in 2014 to 2016, and we use those. We use the little syringes to measure out the flavorings for the liquids. So
Nice.
I had boxes of them. I think I probably threw away like 600 or 700 of them because I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to use all these for. I kept like 50 of them, but I literally boxes of them. But I don't do that stuff anymore. We sold that off back in mid 2017, I want to say. So
For a little bit of time there, we made our own e-juice. I remember those days.
yeah, we were hand bottling about 1,000 bottles a month.
Oh no,
Jeez.
It was nuts.
We had 3 staff members that smoked, and I said no. I can't, guys. The parts are smelling like smoke. We can't do this.
Yeah, it gets into everything. Like I enjoy the occasional cigar, and like when it's cold, and I'm really wanting one, I'll have one in here. But then I got to run the ozone generator overnight. But yeah, it's like, yeah, that stuff just gets into everything. But luckily, there's no customer stuff in my office, so no one smokes in the shop.
It was never a thing for me, but then I got to switch over to vapes, right? But then they all were vaping something different. So I'm like walking through the shop, the damn smell. I said, no more.
What?
We'll make our own. You all pick the damn flavors, and it's one flavor a week.
One of my guys in the shop, he vapes and he likes the desserty flavors. And I walked in, I'm like, "What do you guys make? It smells like maple syrup in here." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, he's like, and then she's like, "It's his vape." I was like, "You're clouds of lies. I'm out of here thinking that there's like something delicious
Some
you
baked
guys
good.
made, some
Yep.
good baked good. Like someone brought something in. Nope, it's just your vape."
Do they own Subarus though?
They do not. They do not. I hear they come with a free vape when you buy one.
They
It's
do,
usually
yeah,
the
yeah.
WRXs.
The
The
that's how
WRX
you
or
start.
higher comes with a free vape.
Yeah. I mean,
So, and you can get the little vape scoop option off the top, to suck all the vape clouds out.
that's how it works. Last I checked.
Yeah, that is definitely a stereotype. Bet it was in the car scene for a little bit. It's funny.
It's a real
So-
stereotype, right?
And then it is a real stereotype.
And now it's the stanced Miatas that have no suspension.
I
They
hate
look
Miatas so
like
much.
crap.
Oh, I hate my buddy. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's building an exo set, so
Okay,
he's not
exo sets are
keeping the
cool.
stock. Yeah, he's not keeping the stock Miata body. If I was going for like a 2-seater, fun car that's not super expensive, I'd probably go for like an S2000 with those are fun. So I'm actually trying to find right now I'm trying to find one of the old C3 Corvettes.
Okay.
To do a build. Like, I don't even care if it runs. I just basically want something that's got all the body panels intact, interior and stuff, and the frame's not all rusted out, so I can put like a small block V8 in there and just something that is loud, obnoxious, and has tons of horsepower.
So hot boy shit. Got it.
Yeah. No computer shit either. I don't want any computer shit in my car. I got enough computer shit in my daily life. I don't want it carbureted. I don't want any fuel injection stuff on there. I want to be able to fix it with basic tools and not have to pull out a diagnostic utility.
Always envied the Ariel Atoms. We can't afford them, so that's never gonna happen. He had a Subaru Legacy GT wagon that met its demise, unfortunately. But now he wants to do a V8 Volvo 240 because you can get them. They're station wagons, but you can get them all-wheel drive.
So I'm weird. I like station wagons and I like hatchbacks. I just sold a 2005 Mercedes E500 wagon. That was the 5-liter V8 with all-wheel drive. That was for how big that car was. That thing moved. Like it was great. But I sold it because I was like, we don't need 3 cars. We're not driving that often anyways. So, but I'm trying to find a project car at this point. The wagon was fun and all, and it wasn't that much to maintain. But if I'm gonna have 3 cars, I want something that's fun. Something to take out on the weekend and beat the crap out of.
See, and I feel that we live. So Amber and I live in like rural Florida. We're about 35, 40 minutes from downtown Tampa. There's nothing out here. Right? You don't. If you hear gunshots, you don't call cops. It's some redneck shooting on your property, right? Gunshots don't worry you out in the country. So like, whatever. But
you're not in Chicago,
right? So one of our staff is actually in Chicago, and she will send me photos of like the map of police presence. I'm like, this is problematic.
Yeah, it's rough. I worked in downtown Chicago for a while and doing IT stuff, and my car got broken into like 6 times in 3 years. So
my car is 19 years old. No.
Jeez.
18 or 19. It's 2002, so it'd be 19 years old. I just want to put a thing on the car. Don't break the glass. It's unlocked. Because it's gonna cost me more to fix the damn glass than not now. Years ago. Now the car's worth like $3,000.
Do you ever find yourself like you're like, oh, 2002, that's not that long ago, and then you're like, wait.
Every time it's always 2007.
We have staff members that my car is older than them.
I had guys that were working for us, like some of our level 1 people that were not alive when 9/11 happened.
Yep. We have I don't know. Do you know Brad at Brad R3D on Twitter?
No, I can't say I do.
Okay. Or Justin. I don't think his last name is public, but young Justin lives near Alan. They're both minors, and they're both on our staff.
Justin, I don't know. There is another Justin in 3D printing community.
Yes, that's Justin the Elder, the guy that works for Lightburn.
No. Yeah, no. Well, that's Bot Q Justin.
Yes, that's Bot Q Justin. Yes.
Bot Q Justin. No. There's another Justin. His last name is escaping me. Oh my God, he used to do random hangout streams. He's in Colorado.
Okay, not this Justin. This Justin 17.
No. Yeah, no. This is like an adult. He's like early 30s. So there's people need to have different names. Luckily, there's not too many.
Is in the chat and says, "What? No, not older than me."
It's funny because like there's so many. I know like 4 different Joes just in the community. So like if I'm referencing a Joe, I have to be like, oh yeah, Makers on Tap Joe or Project R3D Joe. Like
do you know any other Grants?
I don't think I know any other Grants.
That's the benefit of having a rare name. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I did get called. I did get called at Murph by Ben Heck. Wish.com Joseph Prusa. So.
Oh no! That's
and
a
the
clever
the funny thing is, I did not know. I was like, this guy looks familiar because he's walking around with like a camcorder, and I was like, who walks around with a camcorder? We have cell phones that shoot better video these days. But
I use a
realize,
camcorder.
I was like, he looks familiar, and I was like, oh, it's Ben Heck. I was like, oh yeah, that's why he looks familiar because I'm terrible with names. So
this camera here is a camcorder. All the videos that we film are on camcorders, except for the vlogs, which are Osmo Pockets, which are amazing cameras.
They're wonderful.
These are I run the. I love these guys. These are I have the Sony A6000s. So
I don't have A6000 money.
These they're like $500 a camera. They're not terrible.
Do you want to know how much I paid for each of these cameras? Because it is less than $150 for every one.
But you know, so I had Logitechs for a while, and I got fed up because I couldn't just go like this and have the Logitech focus on the gun. So my frustration came from that, and then plus we wanted something a little bit better. So these are each fed in. These have a battery replacement module that goes in. That's an AC adapter,
right?
So I don't have to worry about batteries. And then we do a HDMI signal to a Camlink 4K, and then capture it at 1080/60. So thought about doing 4K video, but it was like it doesn't make sense for YouTube because YouTube's going to trash your compression anyways. So we trash your quality with compression, I should say, anyways.
We shoot 1080p 30. When I'm shooting on the Osmo Pockets, I'll shoot 1440p, because then it lets the team punch in. But yeah, like our standing set out there, which my garage is now it's two different sets. I've got the top down Lewis Rossman / Jerry Rig Everything soldering table set. And then we have the standing set, which is more like for unboxings and stuff. But they're all using Canon Vixia camcorder. So I have an HF R800 here, a 700.
Are you recording directly to a memory card, or are you feeding the HDMI?
It's a clean HDMI. Yeah.
Okay.
And you can actually do both. So
that's good, because the thing was, I went with the 6000s because new. I don't know if they're still making them, but when they were new, they were only $500 with a kit lens. But you can find them used for $350. I think one of these I bought used for like $350. The other two I bought. This one I bought new, and this one I actually got open box at Best Buy for like $450. So, and there was nothing wrong with it. So,
and they do good quality clean HDMI out.
Yeah, you're looking at it right now. Zoom's probably killing it, but I mean, all our videos are usually shot on these. The other time, I do have a DJI Osmo 2 that I'll throw my S21 Ultra into if I need mobile video. It's wild how good phone cameras have gotten at this point.
It's rough.
I have the Pixel 3a XL, and even the video on that is remarkable.
Yeah, I haven't even started messing. I know the S21 Ultra that I have is like a time of flight sensor and all this other fancy stuff, and I barely even take advantage of it. All of our product photos on our website were taken with cell phones.
So
in a light box. You'll
laugh. So you have a Sony Alpha 6000.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna see. That's the other nice thing about this. That it's got the zoom. Other way, Grant.
Yeah.
There's my Sony Alpha 100.
I don't. To full disclosure, I know nothing about the Sony lines. These cameras I set on because I was looking. What's the best bang for the buck for a 1080p 60 camera?
The Sony Alpha 100 was Sony's first camera.
Is that a still camera?
Ever digital. Yes,
and I have the model
100%
after that.
still. It does not shoot video at all.
My last SLR I had was a Nikon D5100, which I think is 10 years old at this point.
If you see any of our time lapses, it's done on that Alpha 100.
I mean, if it works,
using Octolapse, and dude, I kid you not, compact flash, USB 2.0, compact flash.
Oh my god, I haven't used compact flash in ages. Do you remember the what do they call it? They were really thin. The Smart Media.
Oh, Sony's proprietary.
No.
Oh god, the M2s.
They were really thin. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you remember those?
Yes, I had a.
I need to Google this now.
Are you talking about the Sony branded memory?
No. Yeah. Look up Smart Media. It was a Toshiba standard.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
And they were thin. The top capacity was 128 megabytes. They were out in the early 2000s. So
It's like, that's
Yeah,
the plus of
smart
having the old
media.
camera. It's 10.2 megapixels, but it's full frame.
Yeah, these are was it micro four thirds they call these? It's not a
Yeah.
full size sensor. So, but I mean, the thing was to go from this, you're paying $1,000 a camera, and the only thing you're getting really is 4K video. And I was like, I don't care about shooting in 4K. So the thing is, you can find these sometimes for only a couple $100. If you're only shooting in 1080, it's great, you know. And I like, you know, I have the manual zoom adjustment on the lens.
Yep.
You can put in manual focus.
Good to
It's
know.
got more than enough features for making videos.
We've been using these
So-
Osmo Pockets. It's the Mavic camera on it.
On a little gimbal almost.
Yeah, and no, but the gimbal's built into it, so
Yeah.
it's a Mavic gimbal. But the thing about these is you have to have all, like, you know, you need the joystick. I have a bunch of them. Don't ask. You need the joystick accessory. There's wireless module accessories, because the base camera does not do a whole lot. But you can get, like, you know, waterproof cases for them, which are cool. Amber tried that at the beach the other day. I'm like, oh, that's cool. We'll just stick a $140 camera in the water.
Hey, I
they
had the
even
money.
have,
I paid
like-
for another one.
This, which you're
Hey,
like, oh, that's a
I've
Bluetooth
put-
speaker.
Had to test it out some way.
Do you know how nervous I was about like dunking my phone that said it was waterproof?
Oh,
in
I still don't
water?
trust it, and I don't have.
Oh,
a waterproof
I
phone.
trust it now. I've literally
Yeah.
taken I had my S9 Plus. I had the S9 Plus. Literally, I had S9 Plus, S10 Plus, and I went to S21 Ultra a couple months ago. But I've literally, like, if they, you know, if I'm out working in the yard and I get dirt and stuff on, I've literally washed them in the sink. They're
Wow.
That still, like, hurts my soul to think
It
about.
does. It hurts my soul as well.
Like I have a Razor 2 or a Razor phone 2 that I like once took in the shower with me, and I never have done it again since. It's just like,
How do you like the? I saw those. Those looked halfway decent. Those are the new flip ones with the foldy screen, right?
No, I got the Razor, not RAZR.
Oh, the RAZER, the
yeah.
gamer, the
Yeah, the
gamer,
gamer one.
phone.
Yeah, basically at
Does
the
it have
time
RGB?
my other, it does.
Hang on.
Anyway, I got that at the time because I wanted something that I could play
Wait.
the Pokemon trading card game on.
for it.
Well, we got Greg's Maker Corner on here saying water and electronics, not a great combo, no matter what they say, unless it is distilled water, and then it's totally fine.
Yep, because
What?
there's
Well-
no electrolytes.
Well, you know, my 5-inch quad went into the pool when we had it, and the only thing I lost was my ESC.
Justin
Said
accidentally flew
nothing-
his quad into a
nothing of-
hot tub. It's dead. It's a tiny whoop, but it's also
Greg
in
said
California.
nothing a bag of rice can't fix in most cases. True.
I
Hi,
have
Greg. I saw Greg at Murph.
So I know Greg because he was the first person to put out a video on the Lulzbot Sidekick, and I'm trying to get Lulzbot to send us one because I really don't want to spend $1,500 on a video.
What market are they trying to hit with that?
Education.
It would have to be
but they're
education.
advertising it to makers like it's under 1,000 with no freaking print head.
Yeah.
Well, it's under it
Like-
is under 1,000 with a print head, but it has no screen.
It's 2021. You have to. Did you see they were selling those rep ones? Like we sell those screens they use in like just that screen is like $20 at our retail cost.
I need to
They
keep
were
a
selling
Bible,
for
so-
$150.
I gotta keep a Bible here so we can just start preaching.
I'm like, you know what we should do? We should just design our own case for the Sidekick and sell a kit for like $40, and we'll still make money on it.
Yeah,
Because
but
we carry the screens already. They're the same screen.
do it. It's open source. Give me the middle finger.
I don't know if you can print it with their logo because their logo is probably trademarked.
No, you can't. Yeah, you can't do it with the logo. But like, and see,
Could have the
comments,
STL and
comments like
people
when I
can
said
print their
do
own.
it, screw them. That's why I'm not gonna get a review unit.
I don't get it. And it's like, you know, I'm looking at it. I was like, you know, there's a lot of printed parts on that machine. That machine has a lot of printed parts.
A lot. It's mostly printed parts.
That's what I'm saying. It's 2021. Like, I don't understand why it was designed the way it is.
It's like I can give it like I can understand like cool. I like the little bit of a choose your own adventure, add some of your own things, but like at base level, there still should be certain things that are happening.
And it's like when you look, so you look at what their printers already have, right? So you look at the Workhorse, you look at the Pro, you look at the Mini that they have. They can't go to ball bearings, right? They can't stay with iGoose because ball bearings are an upgrade from their iGoose Dryland. You can't stay with iGoose Dryland because you're being cheaper, right? Or more affordable than what they had. Ooh, what chairs he got? Do you have a Herman Miller Aaron with a upgraded headset on there?
Yes, I do.
Damn right
you do. It was my splurge purchase.
I've got a Leap V2.
20-year-old Herman Miller.
There's another Aaron back here. That one's like 15 years old. I got that on Facebook Marketplace for $120. So that's my guest chair. This one I bit the bullet and bought new. I love it. It was worth I was like, oh my God, they're so expensive. I was like, well, it's made in the US. It's got over a decade warranty on it. I would buy another one.
I bought mine for $250 and it is 20 years old.
Yeah, they last for a long time.
I don't know if you can hear it. It's kind of creaky.
I haven't. Mine isn't creaky yet.
Well, okay, mine's older than most.
I'm trying
of my
to figure
staff.
out why some of my I have NeoPixels on this. And I was like, they aren't all lighting up. So I wonder if my strip went out or if I'm gonna turn it off and on again.
So we started talking about lulzbots. So Lightspeed's back in the comments. He said the 747 is $1,300 fully outfitted. I think compared to a Prusa, it's worth the extra money. If it is as good as I hope it is, I will agree.
This includes a screen.
Well, I think it's going to be a little bit more than $1,300.
Also, isn't that for the tiny bed size too?
No. So do you know why their naming scheme is the way that it is?
I poked around on their site for a little bit. I think my strips. I definitely had one of my strips go out. That's disappointing. I have literally reels of them, so I'll have to replace them. Yeah, it's a weird machine. And here's the thing too, they're going to get in trouble with the FTC by claiming it's made in the US when
it's not.
It's not. It's assembled in the US. You ever go to Home Depot and you see the tools, it's like, made in the US with global components and stuff. You have to have that kind of disclaimer because you're literally misleading people.
Isn't that like everything these days?
Yeah, 3D Solutech got an FTC fine for misrepresenting their stuff as made in the US.
No kidding. How much?
Yeah, look it up. Go. I don't know if the amount was disclosed. If you literally Google 3D Solutech FTC, you'll find the documents on the FTC site.
Yeah.
But going back to the Sidekick, like the 289 to me doesn't make sense. Now, the only reason it makes sense is because it's a 3D printer under $1,000, and Lulzbot has never done that. What Lulzbot has done, Tim, is that they've just integrated themselves into the education market. And when you're a teacher and you want to put a 3D printer in your classroom, if you can get a 3D printer viably for less than $1,200, it's going to be pretty decent. Like, let's be real. Lulzbot makes good printers. Now,
so what you're saying is we should come out with a printer to compete with them that's better and doesn't have basically 50% printed parts on
you mean the Prusa Mini? Because it's like 1/3 of the price and does the same thing as the 289 does. Oh yeah, and it doesn't have a Z-axis. Hell yeah. Oh, you got
I got it at Murph. It was an impulse purchase.
Dude, I've got
just
four
for
of them.
shits and giggles.
I've got 4 of them. I kid you not. The first prints I ever did on my Mini were 3DX Tech fire retardant ABS. Some of the stinkiest, worst material I have ever used. Not a single failure.
Can I tell you our drink cover for it?
We used a big Rubbermaid Tupperware container that went on top of it.
They have the Sidekick 289 and the 747.
Yep. And that's their build volumes, by the way.
Yeah, so hang on. Parts and specifications. So 162 by 162 by 181. So smaller than the Ender 3 by a lot.
Yep.
What's the
it's smaller than a Prusa Mini. Except in the Z-axis. Because the Prusa Mini is 180 in every direction.
So why wouldn't you buy a Prusa Mini then?
Because American. And also because
But it's not American made. I'm not a huge fan of Prusa. I think they make good machines and I think they do support, they support their stuff, which is great. Like their price point is, I think, good for what you get. I like upgrading the Chinese printers. I'm not gonna, beat around the bush with that. But I'm trying to see. So I'm on here, the 289. So if I select the 289 build volume configuration, let's see full configuration. If I select, let's see what the cheapest one is. So they've got the 175 SK175 hot end. I'm gonna go with their just glass PEI, which is their basic.
Which is ridiculous. I
And,
think for the $30 you get the flex bed. I mean,
Yeah, I love flex beds. We sell our own flex beds. They're fantastic.
oh, you're like, I'll make my own damn flex bed with blackjack
Maybe
and
I should.
hookers.
Yep. Okay, so and like a filament runout sensor is $20. I'm not going to configure the filament runout sensor. So configured with a base, their entry level hot end and the display. So the display is the only add-on. You're over $1,000.
You are.
I would rather buy a Prusa. I'd rather buy a pre-built Prusa.
Look behind me. Now,
Like-
we buy all of ours as kits because I give them to local staff members to build so that they can learn about the. There's no better way to learn about.
Well,
3D
and we're
printing than
talking a
building
Prusa. A Prusa is cheaper than that,
Yeah.
has more features, and has bigger build volume.
Yes. The 747 is the one. So I think the 289 serves solely as 3D printer under 1,000. That's all that it serves.
But it's not under 1,000.
Well, without
You
the
can't.
screen. it
I'm
is.
sorry. You can't sell a printer without
Under
a screen. You
1,000.
need to have a screen.
Now, Tim,
You need to have a
them.
screen.
I will give them some credit. Like, it is
just
ridiculous.
bundle the screen. Just bundle the screen. Put it in. Just don't charge for the screen. Don't bundle the screen. Those screens at volume cost $4.50 at volume for that screen. That's
agree.
when I
You
see
can't-
how,
you can't
when I see
compare
how
it to
much
another
they're charging.
product and then not have the at least at minimum the same.
When
feature.
I look at that, I know they're using the same screens that I can get in bulk and that I do get in bulk from the suppliers because they're not making the screens. Those are made in China, like everything else.
Yeah.
You're telling me you don't have enough profit margin to eat like $5 to put a screen on your printer. You're going to charge your users $95 for a $5 screen in the printed housing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nickel and diamond.
Yeah, that's what it comes off as. I like I said, I'm not even a huge, like, I don't have a problem with Prusa printers. I'd rather upgrade an Ender 3, but I have an MK3S in the shop. It works. It's in our print farm. I buy printers from all different manufacturers to try them out. I would rather buy a Prusa. You're getting more bang for the buck from a Prusa, and less printed parts. And that's Prusa has a lot of printed parts, but you're still less than Lulzbot.
Well, and they all suffer from the same problem. Prusa does as well. Like Prusa actively admits their printed parts are not the greatest. They're farm parts. And Lulzbot did the same thing. Now, I think Lulzbot was somewhat smart in that they're using big ass nozzles because they're not like, I've got a Taz 6 right there. There's my Taz 6. I even have a Looney Tunes Taz as a joke.
I
that
noticed
sits up there.
it's being used for storage instead of a printer.
Okay, look, it like most flat surfaces, it suffers from the flat surface problem. Do you know why I don't use the Taz 6? It is so loud. People think I'm abusing small dogs in the background.
Do you know what else?
Oh yeah, I
is
can hear
laughable?
across the house in the other room. Like,
do you know what else
the
is really
farthest point.
laughable at their printer? It's a $1,000 printer that still is an 8-bit board that just came out this year.
Is it
Oh my
still an
God.
8-bit board? Well,
It's
that's
an
where the
8-bit
Prusa Mini wins.
board.
It's a 32-bit
It's an
buddy
8-bit
board.
Board. Why are you putting an 8-bit board in a printer that just came out this year that's over $1,000? And
That's
why are you
ridiculous.
like?
Well, hold on. Like an 8-bit, like it's literally the same price to put an STM32F0 in
It's
there.
cheaper to put the 32-bit cheapers are cheaper than the Atmels. Well, they used to be. The pricing is whatever.
gonna
It's the
look-
Wild West right
I feel
now.
like you should price it with the stuff, and then if people don't want this stuff, then they can
Then
be like,
subtract
"Oh,
it.
I
But you
don't
can't-
want it." But don't
like-
advertise it as the whole thing,
like-
and then be like, "Oh no, you have to add
But
it."
it gets
Hey,
even
Grant,
worse because
hey, Grant, I'm going to sell you a car. It's under $1,000, but the tires and the wheels are extra.
well,
You mean video games?
I'm
Are you talking about video games?
Did the new owners,
DLC?
are they really from EA?
Have you guys ever watched Green Acres?
I've heard of it. I have not watched it.
Same.
Okay, it's basically the same thing. Just this big wig city lawyer dude wants to move out to the countryside and like have his own DIY farm thingy, and the local swindler guy just keeps on coming around and selling him everything that he happens to need at the time.
I'm
As
like,
soon as you need it, yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. I mean, we have something in the works right now that should be. We should have a prototype at the end of August, but yeah, I think the price point they're trying to hit is a good one to get into, and I think if we were to do something, it would be in that range, and we wouldn't be nickel and diming people. It's like, here's the printer. It comes with
Oh,
everything
like
you
Greg
need.
said in the chat, it's almost insulting.
Yeah, it is. It is like,
it is.
why are you like? that's how.
Greg says you should talk to John. You
But
know,
the
Tim,
problem is they're trying to push it into the maker community, and the maker
It's not gonna
community
work.
people, are doing the same thing. When I saw it at Murph, I was like, they're charging this much for a printer that's like got core components.
but like, if
still
we
3D
ignore the
printed.
289, because I think the 289 is a flop. If we look at the 747 at
It's still
sub
not a good
1500
proposition. It's still not a good proposition. The Prusa gives you more build volume.
No, it
The Ender
doesn't.
3 gives you, well, okay.
It's a TAS 6
What's the
build
cubic?
volume.
What's the cube? Well, this, it said it was 231 by 231 by something. Hang on.
It was
They're-
9 3/4 by 9 3/4, I thought, which is
Hang on.
280.
I'm going back so I don't misquote.
Yeah,
thing, 'cause
please.
hang on. So the 7. Hang on. Explore 3D printers. Their website. I thought our website's hard to navigate. So the 747 is 231 by 231 by 248. An Ender 3 is 250 by 250 or 235 by 235 by 250.
Oh yeah, it is. And look,
And a Prusa,
it's literally
I'm-
what I said. Is that
hang on. Prusa, I don't know the Prusa build volume off the top of my
250 by
head.
210 by 210?
Okay, so it's
A little
if
bit bigger.
If someone wants to do the math on that, so it's it's shorter in certain dimensions, but it's
Right.
also larger in others. But I don't get it. And the thing is, like, there's too many printed parts. Like, how are they still making, unless the profit margins are really good,
They're
which
clearly
they
good.
should. Yeah. Why aren't you at least like SLS printing your parts? Why are you FDM
Well, 'cause
printing your parts?
They want it's the same reason that Prusa does it, right? They want to have that, made by us for us kind of deal where they're using their own machines to make the parts. And I get that. But even Prusa on the Mini, right? The original Prusa Mini
There's
had
not
a
many printed
printed
parts on
front
there's-
and
there-
back plate, but they went to
Yeah.
injection molded.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I guess their market is people that have no idea what they're buying. Like that's really what it is. It's people that have no idea what they're buying and they don't know what else is out there. They don't know what to compare other things to. They're just like, they hear the name of Lulzbot, and it is a recognized name, and they're banking off of that name. But when you're selling a printer like the 747. If I configure that, so I'm going to do the black. I'm going to do the.
Why would
the
anyone do the
747.
black? I want the crazy lime green, damn it.
Ah, I like the black.
No, I want it
Yeah, but
bright.
Grant
let's
likes
see.
all the crazy colors, no matter what it is. That's
Okay,
just
so
how
let's
he is.
see. What does this come out? So I'm gonna do the flex plate. I'm gonna do the LCD. I did their base tool head. I'm gonna do a filament sensor. You're at $13.45 for that. I'm buying a Prusa. Even the other 289. If I want a printer that's ready to go out of the box in that price range, I'll buy a Prusa. You know what I mean? Or do what we do is we buy Creality machines and we upgrade them, or other machines and we upgrade them, and then we get what we want, and we're still cheaper.
Right. Now, I will say, with the BL Touch, because it's got a BL Touch, and yes, I know, the two other guys, other than Amber in this group, are like, oh, BL Touch is bullshit. But
BL
look,
Touch helps us sell, but easy ABL probes. I can't tell you how many people who have gotten the BL Touch and they find us and they're like,
Tim,
oh my god, this is so much better.
let's be real, a BL Touch is better than what they used to have, which was literally touching the four corners
Yes,
with
the
the damn
corners.
nozzle, okay?
Yep.
This is big. This is
So
big.
they're now into when did the BL Touch come out? Like 2013, 2014?
It's been out. Dude, I've
Yeah,
got
so
BL
they're-
Touch clones. That's how long they've been out.
Yeah, and there's tons of clones. The clones are so bad. They're so bad. I tell people, I was like, if you're dead set, I was like, I don't care if you buy your Easy Able or not, but if you're buying a BL Touch, get the original thing and support the original creator, because it is the BL Touch is a patented device.
So why aren't they going after Triangle Labs for selling them?
I don't think they have the
Money.
time or staff, or it's there. You have to enforce it. And the problem is too, if they don't enforce it, then everybody's like, well, they started selling them, and
Well, if they
you didn't
don't
go after
enforce it,
them.
their patent is literally null and voided.
Right.
Yeah, the USPTO would nullify their patent simply on the fact that they didn't defend it.
Follow
but
it up.
yeah, now don't get me wrong. I have an original BL Touch on our big ass D-bot, which is the 400 by 400 by 788 millimeter D-bot, because
Yeah, you need bed leveling on that.
well,
You need
it's got a
something.
mix 6 bed, so technically I don't, but it is more useful to have it. I'm gonna
ABL is a creature comfort.
It is. It's totally
It's
creature comfort.
it's a necessity on some printers, but I have it on every single one because I do not want to have myself or my staff leveling beds manually.
Yeah,
Sometimes
like,
they're yeah, no.
we started off with a ton, and I'm gonna date myself, Wanhao duplicator i3s. Now I had a Thingomatic years prior. I had built my own various rep-rap printers throughout the years
Yeah,
by
the BL touch is
going
slow.
going to the IT dumpster at our school and hopping in and seeing what we could find.
Oh, I miss dumpster diving. I used to find all sorts of cool stuff.
It's
Oh,
the
man.
best. It's the
There is
best.
a huge dumpster outside my office right now because we're doing our 5S at the moment, and there is so much shit I wish I could send you guys.
Yeah,
I hoard technology.
Yeah,
I do
me
too.
That
I
sounds
have to go
familiar.
through. There's a storage room in our basement that's about 300 square feet, and it's just racks of stuff, and I have bins of everything. But I'll tell you this though. Do you ever feel like you're like, I'm gonna go through and clean out stuff? Like I've had this cable for 10 years and I throw it out, and then 2 weeks later
Oh,
you need that
yeah.
damn
every
cable.
time,
That's
every
how it
friggin'
fucking
time.
I'm the same way, but with like craft stuff and like art stuff. And I'm like, I don't know when I'm gonna use this, but
I feel
same
like that's
thing.
my superpower is holding on to things for 10 years and then throwing out the week before I need
They
it.
see, I
Like,
told you. But then when you actually need it, you're like, see, I told you.
I collect electronics too, but I collect interesting electronics. This is a Honeywell Digitest 500.
Tilt it forward a little.
That's the thing for
I
checking
got
your
something
batteries
you might-
back in
I
the
got
day, isn't
something
it?
you might like.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
it is a Nixie tube multimeter.
This,
Oh fuck!
Oh, but you're using
Ooh.
IN14 tubes or IN15 tubes. These are the real twos, not the upside down fives.
My wife has this tendency of getting me cool gifts that require hours of assembly. That PCB, that was a DIY kit in the fact that that has surface mount through hole components, and they literally gave you a bag of components, and I hand soldered that entire surface mount board. On my if you go to timothyhogan.com, there's a link to my personal YouTube channel. It's an 8.5 hour stream of me
Jesus.
soldering. I streamed building the whole thing. And the funny thing is too, like I'm not like super into drones, but I have a couple drones. I built a couple and I just fly around for fun. I don't race or anything. But my wife got me a drone kit for Christmas, but it didn't have a battery, didn't have a receiver, didn't have a transmitter. So then I went down that rabbit hole. So she has a habit of getting me gifts that are like, it's a can of worms of either it takes a ton of time to assemble, and I'm like, are you trying to like keep me busy so I leave you alone, like buying me these gifts that it's like a project, a multi-day project, or it takes up my entire day on the weekend.
Oh, Amber hasn't gotten to that point yet. I'm sure that's gonna happen eventually, but that's gonna be like, hey hon, I found this weird 3D printer. Good luck.
Well,
I know you are limited on time. I try not to give you any extra work.
Well, not only on time, but like also my body is physically limited because of my back. By the way, can't recommend back
issues.
injuries, man.
No, my wife has been in 2 car accidents where she was rear-ended, and she's got tons of back issues. So I'm very familiar with dealing with somebody that has back problems. So
Yeah.
you know,
No fun.
I always like she'll go to pick something up. She's like, I can't move this. I'm like, really? It's only like 40 pounds.
Well,
I'm
it's like
at,
15 pounds.
Yeah, I'm about 15 pounds. Dude, I had a spinal tap like 3 weeks ago. Like, holy shit, the worst week of migraines I've ever freaking had. You can't get rid of them. I am still not sleeping well. I am on 2 hours of sleep, but when you said cool electronics, I had to grab the Honeywell because I do have it open.
That's cool. I would
used to
definitely,
work.
that'd be something I would have.
It's
You need to fix it. You need to fix
I
it.
don't know what's wrong
Oh,
with it.
you want to see a new toy I got?
I don't know what's wrong with
I got this last week.
it. Is that the EEV blog?
Yes,
Yes!
I was waiting for these to come in stock, and one of my guys on Discord, he's like, dude, I know you were talking about getting it, they're back. And I was like, cool. What I like about this, the update rate is stupid fast on it.
I just introduced Amber to EEV blog.
I love Dave. He's awesome.
So great. I reference
And he
him
does his
all the
dumpster
time.
dives. I love watching his dumpster dive videos. Like, he found like this giant freaking TV in the dumpster. Like, come on, I need to find stuff like that. The only dumpster I have around me is our own shop one.
I in my dumpster that I wish I could have you guys jump through with me. There is currently an 8MP, which is a $30,000 display. Takes 2 separate dual link DVI inputs to create a 4096 by
Oh, it's like
38
old
something.
4K.
Yeah, this is the medical grade DICOM 4K. So, and it's 30. It's 60 inches.
We had something like this too.
Do you know what drives me nuts is the 4K standard. There's cinema 4K and there's consumer 4K, and it bit me in the ass when I was we have a full basement in our house, and we started actually doing stuff with it. So I have I'm setting up a theater room down there, and so I picked out the projector. I put my mounting distance and everything. There's calculators online, and also did my own calculations. Okay, if I need to fill a 150-inch screen, I need to be this far back with this projector. Well, except all the calculations were done with the cinema 4K, which is 4096 by 2160, whereas all my content in my screen is a 16:9 aspect ratio, so that's 3840 by 2160. So I actually had to move after I'd mounted the projector. I was 3 inches too short.
Story of my freaking life.
So I had to dismount it, patch the drywall because I already drilled, and we put extra studs in the soffit that it was mounted to just for the projector before we put the drywall up. So I then had to move it back and poke it down through the drop ceiling and put extra bracing between the joists in the ceiling. But now it's great. And the problem is I also have a bar, because it's a basement. There's a supporting bar in the middle of the room. And there was nowhere else in the basement that I could get that much size.
Hey, chrome plate it, lube her up, and turn it into a nighttime deal.
So I don't know if this is going to work out for my benefit, but I'll try to make it less noticeable. It's painted matte black, so I've already ran into it twice when I'm down there. But there will be a couch. There will be a couch up against it, so I don't think it'll be an issue. But luckily, the projector's lens is fancy enough where it can actually shift it around the post without any distortion on the screen. So I was actually able to make it work, but it was nice. I turned it on, I was adjusting, I was I'm 3 inches too short. I'm literally 3 inches too short, and I can't move it any further back on the soffit. I had to move it 20 inches back to get that extra height.
Oh,
that is painful. I'm so sorry.
It was driving, and it bothers me too that I know there's a couple rows of pixels on the left and right that I'm never going to use because all my content is 3840 by 2160. I think 16:10 is the cinema 4K aspect.
Yeah.
And then consumer
16:9.
I know, my buddy's you should have done an ultra wide screen. I was the thing is, my content, 90% of my content is 16:9. So I don't care if I have black bars on the top. I mean, we're still a really big image size. So, but I went with the JVC's Precision line, the NX5. It's the DILA with the LCOS. So it's 3 separate 4K screens, one for RG and B. And I was torn between that and the Sony, and the JVC's got better black levels. So
I have a DLP television.
Oh, God.
The projector,
the one you have to swap the lamps out all the time.
Yeah.
Oh.
I pulled it from a dumpster in college because it needed a new
There's
bulb.
a reason.
It was $90, and I'm like, when this son of a bitch dies, I'll replace it. I graduated college in 2012 and then again in 2014. It hasn't died yet.
Yeah,
have you had to replace the lamp?
Die.
No, I replaced it when I pulled it out of the dumpster for $90, and I did a shit job. I don't use the television often. It's a television in our living room, but I'll tell you, dead black blacks and 600 hertz refresh rate.
Yeah, that is always nice.
You know what I miss?
Not aligned right.
I miss plasmas. Plasmas, the black levels on plasmas. Oh,
I just got rid of the plasma screen.
I had a Panasonic plasma when they're 50 inches, and it's so nice. It's the refresh rate of the CRTs with a thinner panel.
But you're gonna heat your house in the winter with it.
Yeah, it's very warm. I've got Samsung's 2016 model. It's their 4K 8000 series in our living room. That's their quantum dot one. And I'm waiting for that to die because I want to get an OLED, but now I'm kind of less wanting it to die because now we have the theater set up. So it's we're not going to be watching. If I'm going to sit down and watch a movie, I'm going to watch it downstairs. But the problem right now is I have no seating down there, and the lead time on the furniture we ordered went from 3 to 4 weeks.
6 months to 9 months, right?
It went from 3 to 4 weeks to 8 to 9 after they get it from the manufacturer.
That's actually pretty fast still. My sister works in retail with furniture and stuff, and right now they have to tell their customers about 6 to 9 months.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's people ask us too, just from the on the business side, when are you gonna have this in stock? I was I have no idea. We've ordered it, but I have no idea. Yep. It could be next week. It could be 4 months. I have no idea about stuff anymore.
Do what Prusa does. Tell them it's always Friday.
And
And then they release a printer on a Wednesday.
Yeah, we like one of the holdups with these bolt-on NeoPixel strips for the printers was I've got this little board that plugs onto our Easy Board Lite to give it a dedicated 3 amp 5 volt output.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting on the cables. I have the boards. The boards finally came in, but I'm waiting for the little 2-pin JST cables we had made to come in. So, and
you could just start crimping them yourself.
oh dear God, no, we're not doing that. I put it, people kept asking me, I was like, how about this? I was like, I've got the boards. I know how many boards I have. The cables are going to be here in 1 to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'll just mark it as a pre-order and they'll say they'll ship by the end of the month. They could be here next week. I have no idea. I'm not going to know until we get tracking. So it's like, there's this void of, I don't know. And then all of a sudden we get tracking, and we've been paying to ship stuff air, which is really, really expensive because if I can get on a container, it's 2 to 3 months right now for slow boat shipping.
And that's why furniture's taking so long.
And like that's why we've like avoided doing any big products. Like I've got a bunch of NeoPixels now, nowhere near as much as you guys have, but I've never used NeoPixels before. We're gonna do a full. I'm gonna do. What you know, Mad Monkey. I'm sure you know Mad Monkey. Jordan. He does the mutant stuff. I figured you'd know him. But he did a full addressable RGB LED logo. We're gonna do the same thing. And our
you
logo.
See my little neon?
I see yours. Ours is quite big though, right? Ours is long, and it'll fit on my standing set, no problem.
You could do just the hat.
We could do just the hat, but we're gonna webhook it, and we're gonna allow patrons to actually control it in like 5-minute intervals. That's kind of the plan.
This little thing you can actually change when we're live stream. This little cube here actually will change it. You can change its pattern with a check command, and that's a webhook. If this, cool. So from Nightbot to an if this and that webhook, and then that hits my Home Assistant installation.
See, that's the kind of stuff that I want to do because it's a fun way for people to interact with us while I'm hanging out and streaming or filming. Because I think my plan right now is going to be for Patreon when we launch it is we will live stream the raw recordings of the videos when I'm doing them. And that way they kind of get to see like the back end of how it works and the dumb things I say to myself when a CTA goes poorly and I have to clap and redo it. But yeah, I'm trying to grow. And funny enough, we met Uncle Jesse yesterday randomly at lunch. We're in Florida. He's not in Florida. He
must be traveling. I've met him a couple times at some of the maker fairs. He actually, so when we were first starting out, he had bought one of our bed sheets, like a Build Tech competitor we make, and he bought it. We didn't send it to him for review. I had never heard of him, and he did a video on it. And then I woke up, and this was literally, it was just me, and I had like one other person helping me.
Oh shit!
And we had like 190 orders when we were used to handling 20 a day, if that. And I'm like, what the hell happened? And I'm like, I just went through a month and a half of stock in 2 days. I was like, it was good for sales, but I'm like,
it's a tough problem logistically, and that's like why we were talking about shitty Kickstarter printers because the Ono
I hate
just
Kickstarters. I tell everybody, don't touch Kickstarters.
I do.
I don't understand why people do Kickstarters. My whole thing is, when I see a company doing a Kickstarter, that tells me you don't have enough faith in your product to use your own damn money to launch your own product. That's what it says.
They don't want to take the risk. They don't
want to take the risk. Yep.
Creality does it, and somehow it works out phenomenally.
I hate it. I hate it.
It's just marketing.
They use it for a marketing stunt. But my whole thing is, if I see a company that like we've been all self-funded. We've had 0 loans. We've taken out 0 loans for TH3D. We've been all self-funded.
Took out a loan, but it was an EIDL loan, so it's 3.75%. It's free money. I'm beating interest on it.
Yeah, but I mean the thing is that I could rant about inflation for hours.
But your business probably did great during COVID. I lost a $200,000 contract in COVID.
It was weird. It was weird. Like it was up and then down, and then there was nothing, and then it was up. If you look at our sales like graphs, it's like this, or it's like this, and then it's all the way down. It's like this.
Amber would say that's not compatible with life.
No, because like and then the thing is too, when the lockdowns started last year, our April we did more sales in April of last year than we did on Black Friday.
Yeah, I mean, Prusa,
with no promotions running.
I mean,
Because
geez,
everybody's
you saw
like, I'm
Prusa
stuck
went
at
to,
home.
like-
I'm buying printers.
Yeah,
I'm buying
Prusa
printer
went to
stuff.
like 9 or 10 weeks. 12 weeks, I think, is what we waited. We bought our minis on Black Friday. I bought 4 minis on Black Friday because free shipping. I didn't need them, but free shipping.
They got you.
Oh yeah, and that's the I buy Prusas once a year. I buy them once a year unless I need them really bad. But otherwise, we buy them once a year. I buy them on Black Friday, and they showed up in like late January, early February.
You know, it boggles my mind that there's people that will wait weeks and weeks and weeks for like, you know, Prusa stuff and other stuff. And like, if we take an extra day to ship something out, we get people yelling and screaming.
Oh
at us.
yeah.
Amazon.
No.
You know,
It's all Amazon.
It's because of Amazon.
And
easily.
you know, it also boggles my mind too is like, you know, well, people are, oh God, you guys took forever to get back to me. And I pull the ticket. I'm like, okay, I know every single ticket by the end of the day, at the very least, gets 2 replies at the very least. So like, if, you know, we email you, email it back, you get a reply. Like our first response time is less than 2 hours.
That's good. Shit.
So like, and I'm sitting here going like, why is anybody complaining? Because there's like, for example, my buddy, he's, you know, and we're just selling printer accessories. We're not selling anything really that's mission critical,
Right.
you know?
Well,
But, you know, and
I
then
would consider it mission critical, but most people
yeah,
wouldn't.
some people, but you know what I mean? It's not like I'm not running an IT company where we have SLAs and, you know, all these response times that have to be guaranteed. You know, but you know, then there's companies like that make products that are expensive and mission critical. For example, my buddy bought, and I have them here. I have 3 of the Mr. Cool split units, and my buddy bought one for his shop, and his control board failed. It's been 2 months, and he still doesn't have the right board. The first one, it took him a month to send it out, and they sent him the wrong
Oh my
board
god.
for his
No.
unit. And he's in South Carolina right now. He's like, I can't run any of my printers. The PLA's jamming because it's 96 degrees in my shop.
We were
Like-
looking at doing Mr. Cool, but because like you know my
It's
my
not-
Knock on wood, mine have been fine. I have
Yeah.
3 other units. I've got an 18,000 BTU unit in the garage here, and I've got 2 24,000s in our shop. I have a 24,000 BTU unit in a 600 square foot room because that's the print farm. That heat load in there is insane.
we have
Gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back.
17 or 18 printers in this office, but like I don't mind the heat.
And you're in Florida. I
I'm
hate
in
Florida.
Florida.
I have
I
to.
hate
Be,
Florida.
I get irritable as all hell if I'm too hot.
So to
I'd
give you
rather
an
be
idea,
freezing.
it is 92 degrees and cloudy at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh.
Nope.
During
nope.
the
That's
day-
why we didn't move south.
during
We
the
thought
day
about
when
moving to
I'm the only
Texas,
one
and
here-
I was like, nope.
So like if I'm the only one here, the house is at 82 degrees. My office will sit somewhere in the 88 to 90 range, and that was
My-
before I was running
How?
dehumidifiers. We used to have a pair of dehumidifiers in here that brought my office to 95 plus. Now you didn't sweat because it dried faster than you could sweat. But
My wife complained when I've got EcoBees everywhere for our thermostats,
Yeah.
and I had them set at 74, and I had to drop it down to 72 because she was like, "It's too hot in here." So, but I don't blame her. I mean, we also have one of the best things I've ever done was in our bedroom. I got Medea actually makes these window units
Mhm.
that are are like a U shape, and they're actually basically a mini split in a window unit. So they're quieter, and it's a DC inverter. So they're very efficient. So we got a little 8,000 unit for our bedroom so we can keep the house warmer, but at night we can crank it down to like 68 degrees and sleep when it's freezing. It's fantastic. And it was only like $200 for the unit. So, but I like sleeping when it's cold. If I'm hot, I can't sleep. I toss and turn all night.
Yep.
I'm
I know that one.
I'm also a bigger guy too. So fat guys and heat do not mix. So
I just enjoy my air conditioning.
yes, air conditioning is a must.
well,
nice.
Alan lives in Los Angeles or near or around
No,
Los
I'm in the Bay.
Angeles.
No, I don't. I'm in the Bay Area. It's very
Oh.
different up here.
Oh, excuse me. It
How-
was still
how
really
bad are-
effing hot.
Okay, I always see news articles about California and their brownouts and power grid. Is it really as bad as it seems from an outsider's perspective? Because it seems like your guys' power grid is in shambles all the time.
It's not all the time. It's when fire season hits. So basically what happened is PG&E has been pocketing subsidies for too long and not updating their infrastructure.
Oh, surprise! I'm shocked.
Yeah. So they've got 100-year-old power poles in some areas. And like basically they're fixing it now because they have to, because they're now felons. But for a long time they just sort of let things kind of molder. And they're getting it up to date now, but they're not doing it fast enough because basically climate change is outstripping their efforts. So we're getting hotter and hotter days, and we had basically 2 months less of rain this year than we were supposed to. And so like conditions are just ripe for another issue. So they're basically preemptively shutting things off so that nothing bad happens.
So don't do any gender reveals.
So they haven't. Thankfully, we haven't had any power shutoffs in the last few months. But I like when the heat starts getting up into the higher ranges, and there's more of the red flag days where it's both heat and lots of high wind. That's when they'll do shutoffs.
Oh
usually.
yeah.
But like I've got my Tesla power wall, and I've got a solar system, so I'll be okay for the most part.
That's the next thing I want to mess with in our property is solar.
Did you just see
Yeah.
Tom Sadletter's video on solar and such?
I have
Not
not.
yet.
I if I watch YouTube videos, it's usually not 3D printing stuff. It's usually like retro PCs. And you guys ever watch Technology Connections?
Oh yeah,
No,
of course.
I usually
love that channel. Amber and
Yeah,
I watch
funny
it religiously.
I usually am watching like Marco Rep's the EED blog, but I also watch
I
like,
love EED blog.
Oh yeah, gotta love Dave.
Alex Steele, Ben Eater. There's a few others. Like Alex Steele does
Big
forging
Clive.
and stuff.
You guys ever watch Big Clive?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
I love Big Clive. What about AVE?
Oh, of
Yeah, of
course.
AVE is
Cool.
great. We literally have on the print farm door. I bought his fake safety sticker. So on
Yeah.
the print farm door, I've got the don't stick your fingy where you wouldn't stick your dinky.
Hell
on
yeah.
there. And then our laser has the sticker that says not to be operated by fuckwits on it.
Yeah.
And one of the new guys was looking at it. He just glanced at it, and then he actually was like, I thought that was a real warning sticker. I was like,
Does
yeah,
your
but
does your
it still
laser
applies.
does your laser have the weird warning label that mine does, which involves like the transmission guide of Limework weekly maintenance is what it says on mine?
Yeah, it's got the English stickers on it.
Okay, as long as mine's not the only one, because I left it
No.
on there just because I could.
I don't get why the English stuff is still a thing. Like how much would it cost them to hire somebody that is a native English speaker to write?
Clearly more
Fiverr.
than willing to spend.
There's people on Fiverr that do this. Like,
Oh my god, I did a video. It's on our YouTube channel. I hired a guy on Fiverr to do an Easy ABL ad, and it's hilarious. He's a doctor.
Good hilarious or bad hilarious?
Oh no, you should pull it up. Hang on. Let me find
Hey,
it.
Tim,
here.
we gotta have you on again. This has been fun.
I talk a lot, so feel free to literally tell me to shut up.
that's
if I
familiar.
talk
Oh,
to you.
homie, you
you're
and I, we're in good company here.
Wait,
Like,
girlfriend or wife?
girlfriend.
Yeah, well,
Girlfriend? Yeah, she's throwing shade over there.
no, it's
She's
more
not
like
throwing shade. She's throwing the truth.
no. It's more of a people like say that, and I just go with it. I don't.
Oh yeah,
I
I'm
don't-
loud.
Is YouTube de-ranking my Easy ABL ad? Because I know it's on our channel, but I search Easy ABL doctor ad and it's not coming up. Their algorithms are so weird. Hang on, when did I do this? It's funny. It's humorous. I am trying to find it here. Wait, hang on. Just search Easy ABL Frank George on YouTube. I'll also post in the Zoom chat here if you can't find it.
Oh, I mean,
It's
you can- if
it's
you
only
wanna-
it's 50. Can I share it?
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Hang on, share screen. Hang on. Tired of leveling your bed. Okay. Oh, cool. You can actually share this out. All right. Hang on. Let me switch I'll put my default audio device to my headphones. So, it's pretty good. Okay. Ready?
Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one that has a bajillion Chrome tabs open. Very good.
I love Brave. All right. Ready?
Hi there, Frank George here. As a doctor, I know a thing or two about probing. Indeed, I do.
Wait, can you back that up real quick? Because Amber missed that whole part. I need her to hear it.
Sorry.
I need her to hear it.
George here. As a doctor, I know a thing or two about probing. Indeed I do. I love something that's easy to install, easy to use, and backed by a real support team. And that's why I choose TH3D Easy ABL Kit for my 3D printers. I prefer not to waste countless hours trying to figure out how to connect things to my machine when I could be printing instead. With the TH3D Easy ABL, you get technical support, easy to use firmware, quality parts, amazing accuracy, and there's no moving parts. What are you waiting for? Head over to their site at easyabl.th3dstudio.com and get one today. Thanks for watching, and as always, happy printing. The Easy ABL kit is meant for 3D printer usage only, not for medical or rectal use.
Not for rectal use. Amber's patients might disagree with that.
My patient's too dumb. So.
Yeah, that
all
cost
of them.
me like $50 on Fiverr. He's you notice how he's like sounding out Easy ABL because he originally called it the Isabel on the first revision, the TH3D Isabel.
I would have left it. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's I thought it was funny. I have it on my OBS as a clip that I roll if I like need it like a minute to go do something really quick. I'm like, now for a word from our sponsors, us, and then roll it.
See, we're not sponsored yet. We don't have any official sponsors, and I'm hoping that we can get them relatively soon. But I just self-sponsor all the videos, and I'm trying to do the Linus Tech Tip level of, segues, because they truly did kind of set that standard for what's expected from a YouTuber. And
I own th3dstore.com because he's got lttstore.com, and I made a joke one time, th3dstore.com, so that just redirects to the URL that's our shop page.
I own LTT store, elttstore.com.
We've got these hats now. I did a run of these hats because we sold them for a while. We were using Printful for a while, and during like the human malware situation, their lead times went from like 2 weeks for merch to 2 months. And I was tired of customers complaining, so we just dropped them. And like if you click merch on our site, it actually goes to our Teespring store. But my problem with them wasn't the quality of the products, it was a lead time. So I actually ordered 100 of these hats because people were like, where can I get the hat? I was like, fine, I'll do a limited run, that's it, because I'm not in the business of selling hats.
I have a second office. I'm the entrepreneur in residence for my county, which means I give away time in exchange for an office, and people get to come and talk about whatever they want. I help them kind of start and run their businesses. The person that moved in next to me is a maker business, but it's all like crafting. They've got a 14 needle embroidery machine. So I tell the staff, hey guys, there's someone next to me that can do embroidery. The first thing, dick butt patches for everybody. I'm like, there's my staff.
Do you know what?
Walking away now.
We have a chocolate 3D printer, and after I printed
is it Weissman's?
No, the Weebooks.
Oh, okay. Evan's a good friend. We know Evan well.
I met him at Murph. I have his business card sitting at my desk here. We were talking about certain collaborations, so hopefully that goes somewhere.
Good.
I do have a meeting on the 29th with a DIY electronics distributor here in the U.S. that I'm excited about. So we'll see.
Is it the one that I'm thinking of that it is?
You guys might be able to walk into a store and buy our stuff soon. So be pretty cool.
I'm figuring it might be the thing that you can use to start a fire with.
Wait, what?
Spark Fun. Excuse me.
No. We're talking brick and mortar stores.
It's not Radio Shack.
No, is Radio Shack around?
Radio Shack's toasted.
No, they're not. They're back. They're not opening stores.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so are they going to sell more than just cell
I mean,
phones?
their name is back.
Their name is back. I don't know what the hell they're doing with it, but it's back.
So, like, speaking of defunct companies, I worked for Tiger Direct for a while, way back in the day.
Oh, wow.
And I was there during their transition to CompUSA because they bought the CompUSA name.
Yep.
And then we were all joking because that was when Circuit City was going under. We were all joking about just watch the CEOs of Tiger Direct to buy Circuit City because they love buying failed companies. And then they bought Circuit City like 2 weeks later. And I was like, Really?
Oh, yeah, I remember
Like-
that happening too.
Yeah. Tiger Direct was awesome. We
Were
had
you in
I worked
Miami
at,
for that or no?
no,
Holy
I
shit.
used to live in Illinois.
Okay.
I didn't realize.
so-
I didn't realize the Tiger Direct is actually still around now.
Yeah, they're still
So
around.
they are
Oh, shit.
online. I actually so they usually have good deals on refurbished Cybertruck.
Yeah, we
power
used to get
UPSs.
all of our
All my refurbs,
refurbished electronics from Tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Computers,
have
everything.
I've got a ton. I've got probably about 30 of their 1500 VA Cyber Powers, and they all have new batteries in them. They still have a 1-year warranty, and they're $100 for a 1500 VA UPS. So
yeah.
So we use them for we use them for all of our printers. So I see Tarsman is
That's my
asking in
brother.
Miami.
That's
Oh,
my
okay.
brother.
Yeah, I worked at the one in Orland Park, Illinois. So
Our we have a family member who works for Tiger in Miami. He was also part of the
that was like one of their main headquarters, I think. And Naperville,
was.
Illinois was their other one.
yeah. Dang, so
I miss
we
Tiger Direct.
Forever.
we have an APC 3000 that runs all the printers behind me, and a
Is that
15,
like a rack mount one or a tower
it is.
style?
It's a rack mount
Yeah.
one, and then I've
Is
got,
that does that got the locking plug? I can't remember what it's called. The 20 amp, 120 volt,
it
the locking one?
did.
or did you get an adapter? You put an adapter on it.
I just changed the plug. Amber
be
left her
careful
phone in
with-
the kitchen. I can hear it ringing.
Just be careful with that because they can sometimes overdraw circuits.
I'm
if
aware.
they're
Yeah, the
recharging.
3000 can absolutely overdraw the circuit. It
Yeah.
won't because the printers won't overdraw the
guys.
circuit. But what we did is that thing uses 8 batteries, so it's 4 S2P. And when they died, I just put car batteries on it.
I thought about doing that because I don't see why it can't. I mean, I replace.
It works fine.
I don't think I, aside from when I needed more UPSs, I don't. Like, there's people that'll just throw out the UPS and buy a new one when it
That's
dies.
what we
It's
do.
like- they're like,
That's
they're
how
like,
we got
you can.
those.
They're like for a 1500 VA, it's got 2 9-amp hour batteries. They're $35 for 2 new batteries.
But you
Just
can go
change
to
the
Walmart.
batteries.
I have an old 1500. I have a Transformer 1500 APC that's got built-in fans, so it's basically rated indefinitely. We built that a little over 3 years ago when I lost a big print on our D-Bot that was like 15 hours in a 25-hour print or something. And it's
People
like
need
it's
to
never
put
about
UPSs on their printers. Everybody's like, I want power loss recovery. I was like, okay, 9 times out of 10, you're printing on a surface that is
Yeah.
going to release when the bed cools, so you're going to lose your print anyways. Put it on a UPS. Like, and if your stuff is that mission critical that you're printing that it sucks to lose the print job, then maybe you
Yep.
should invest in a little generator for this, at least for the circuits that your machines are on.
we just put
Power
big
wall.
ass batteries on them.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised how much adding additional battery capacity to the UPSs are because I've got a 1500 APC that had an external battery plug and
Right.
they sold a separate pack that had 4 more batteries. So I have 6 batteries. That 1500 unit with the 2 internal batteries and the 4 extra runs my big Threadripper server I have downstairs for 45 minutes with no power optimization.
We ran through Hurricane Irma, which we were out of power for a little over a day, and I never stopped printing.
Yeah.
Straight.
I think the next thing we're going to be looking at doing is putting in a whole house generator
Well,
like
and
for our
let me-
whole service.
Let
Because
me
we have
be
natural
clear-
gas here too.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
Have you guys heard of Jehu Garcia and the battery tech stuff he does?
No.
Although
I said-
before we move forward, I do
No.
want to say something. What we have is not recommended. Do not do it. Do it at your own damn risk.
Yes.
Car batteries can explode. Put
Yes,
them
they
inside of
can.
polypropylene tubs. If that's the one thing you learned from Breaking Bad, is that sulfuric acid does not melt through polypropylene. But
I
you
missed that
should-
show. That was such a good show.
It was. You should use marine deep cycle batteries for this. We
Like
went with the
you ever mess with the Optimas?
no, we went with the Walmart house brand. Yeah, the cheap ones because they're $50 a battery. They die? It's
There is a
$50. I don't care.
Oh my god, your brother's getting all excited about servers.
Oh yes. So that he was supposed to be on this podcast. He got busy and wasn't on it. Like literally, the title of this podcast is Homelab Talk, New Sets, Printer
Oh.
Talk, Failed ONO Kickstarter. We have not touched Homelab, so this is a great segue.
You can swap us out. if
So
you-
I mean, I am a huge automation guy. I'll just so you can see my home assistant panel. He's probably gonna go nuts over this. So this is my home assistant control panel here.
Nice.
I've got different stuff. So I have 2 Home Assistant instances. They're both tied together. I have one for the shop. I've got all these different panels. I even have, wait for it, my cigar humidors are automated.
Oh, fancy. Mr. Cigar Humidor Automation.
I have humidity monitoring, temperature monitoring. I'm using an H-bridge to control a couple of Peltier coolers, like TECs. So I can do heating and cooling. Because in the winter, I drop the heat in here down to 50, and the cigars need around 70 degrees Fahrenheit to be happy. I also have like lighting control here too. The thermostat here, I can set my set points for the high and low. And these are running ESP8266s. So
Dang.
I've got I've got like 9 devices. These are all devices that I've built myself here. I've got power monitoring here as well too, so I can see what my kilowatt hours are used. So you can see here, like yesterday, we used 155 kilowatt hours.
Holy shit!
The business was 102 of that. So you can see here.
Okay.
So, because the TH3D, we operate out of an outbuilding that's on our property here. So,
which is the way to do it.
Yeah, I have it tracking. So you see, out of 155, the circuits that the business uses pulled 102.
Jeez.
So, and you can see right now, my main panel on both phases, I'm pulling 38 amps. The shop panel's pulling 9.4. My server rack is at 5.2.
My brother's asking if Home Assistant is that good.
Home Assistant's amazing.
What does it cost?
It's
you gotta,
free. It's open source.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to set it up yourself is the thing. He's got a very intricate setup.
So here, you can see here. So these are all the integrations. So I've got 16 MQTT devices. I've got 4 Logitech Harmony hubs. I've got 16 TP-Link devices, 66 Z-Wave devices, and then 9 ESP devices.
There's like 20 grand worth of devices on this screen right now.
I don't want to know how much I spent, because then if my wife asks me, I can't plead the fifth, because I don't know right now. So
it's a smart man right there, ladies and gentlemen. Take note.
So yeah, I've got these. I even have my litter boxes are connected. I have the litter robots. So we get push notifications when they're full. This is for if we have the Christmas lights. So these are offline, because these are plugs that we put away every year, and then when we plug them in, they come back on.
What happens when your internet goes down? Do you lose all functionality of your house?
No, it's all local control. It's all local control. It's fantastic.
That's good.
That's the design, is all local control. Like, we sell our own, TH3D sells their own smart plugs that run Tasmota, so there's no Chinese apps to install on your phone.
Oh man, I might have those.
That's nice.
They're $24, and those have power monitoring, and they're 10 amps max load.
That's nice.
And all the source code's available. We're working on light bulbs. This is the internal housing for light. These are RGB CW, so they have dedicated cool white and warm white lights in addition to RGB.
We've been using the Philips.
I'm trying to get us in.
I'm trying to move TH3D also to home automation because I found there's a lot of overlap between 3D printing. Yeah.
Yep.
So, and the plan is start launching home automation products. The thing that stopped us and slowed us down is the silicon shortage right now.
Figured it was gonna be Wise and all the shit they're doing so cheap.
But my whole thing is, I want to sell products that you own. I have no control over them and the software on them, and they don't ping back to any of my stuff. You own the device. I have no way to lock it out.
That's nice.
Hey, Tim, do you want a baseline design to start from for an irrigation system? I'll just hand it to you.
I can make. I don't know if I want to get an irrigation. I do have a smart home. My irrigation is tied in. We do have a sprinkler system, which is currently like half functional because we removed our in-ground pool and all the lines got torn through.
I was just handed this and told to show it to you guys.
What is that?
What is that?
It looks like a Chinese engineering sample.
It is. It looks like that's what it is. It is an Intel Xeon E5 2651 V2 with some Chinese writing on it.
So this is okay. So to give you an idea of how many devices are connected to my Home Assistant, this is a list of all the sensors and everything that's in my system currently right now.
That just sounds like a headache to get set up, dude.
You do little by little. I do all the automation with Node-RED here, which is really cool. It's a visual flow sequence.
Oh, we have that in our project management software. None of us know how to use it yet.
So you can see here, I've got here automations for the lighting, for the different areas and stuff. I've got like tech automation. So here,
This I have a Google Chromecast Audio. If you guys remember those,
Yes, I love them.
So this turns on an easy plug that's connected to a old Technics receiver from the 80s. So when the Chromecast when that Chromecast is stuff cast to it, it actually turns the plug on, which turns the receiver on. So the receiver's not sitting there on all the time, or I don't have to manually go turn it on and off.
Oh man, that's nice.
I've got here alerts here. Threshold set to 80% of the ampacity of the lines. If any of our phases on our lines exceeds the safe 80% continuous draw, it will actually shut all the air conditioning units off and send me notifications that we're pulling too much power.
Nice.
So, and that's never triggered, luckily. I also have here, so if my laser cutter gets turned on, it turns on the fume extraction fan. Once it's off, after a minute, it'll shut the fume extraction fan. But since that fume extraction fan in my garage is also shared with the resin printer enclosure, it will not turn it off if the resin printer plug is also on.
That's brilliant, dude.
So,
cool.
and here's the cube that's behind me. So when the cube gets turned on, it waits 8 seconds. It uses a Wi-Fi infrared blaster to send a command to change the mode. It waits 5 seconds, and then it sends this pattern change, because it doesn't have a dedicated button for each pattern. It cycles through them. So this cycles through automatically to the pattern that's my favorite with the Wi-Fi infrared blaster. I'm using a RM Mini 3. It's a little Wi-Fi infrared blaster, and that's all local controlled. I've got automations here. So since I have the mini split units, but I also have Ecobee. So in my garage here, I heat, and the shop, I heat with gas with furnace, and then I have the mini splits for AC. This uses those RM minis to read the set point of the Ecobee in only when it's in cool mode. So I can go to my Ecobee, change the temperature, and then it changes the temperature on my mini split.
You are like every other business owner that I know, an absolute monumental control freak, and I love this.
This is all the synchronization. So I use MQTT to sync states between the Home Assistant instance and the shop. The shop has its own. So I have 3 Home Assistant instances here. One just runs my Z-Wave on a Raspberry Pi 4 upstairs, because you want to get the controller upstairs. This all runs in a virtual machine. So downstairs, I've got a full 42U server rack. And I just realized I'm sharing just the window. I think it's going to stop sharing. Yeah, that was.
Yep, it'll stop sharing.
So downstairs, I've got a full 42U rack with 2 4U chassis. The one chassis is just being used for its SAS backplane, and I've got they're both super micro chassis. They're 4U 24 3¼ inch bays on each chassis. I've got about 170 terabytes of spinning disks in there, and another 6 terabytes of NVMe SSDs. And that box has a 3960X Threadripper with 192 gigs of RAM, and that runs 17 virtual machines on it right now. And then I have dedicated drives that back up all the VMs to a separate drive. So if I have a catastrophic failure, I can recover easily. And those take backups every night. We actually use that server too. We use Office 365 for the company. So, and we have multiple WordPress sites for our main site, for our help center.
Yep.
We also self-host our own help desk, and that is actually at a VPS. So we take backups every 12 hours of our help desk, database and files, and our website database and files locally here. And we also, every 8 hours, we take backups of our Office 365 instance of all the files, the mailboxes, the Teams data, and we store revisions for up to 90 days.
Wow.
Shit.
You guys doing offsite backups as well?
Well, all of our stuff is in the cloud naturally. So
this is your offsite backup, basically.
This is my offsite backup from the cloud.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so I've got that. There's 2 Blue Iris boxes running for our cameras. I've got about 28 IP cameras here on the property.
How do you like the Blue Iris? Like
I've been using it for like 10 years. I love it.
Okay. How does it work in a VM?
It works fine. You just don't get hardware acceleration. The only hardware acceleration they officially support is Intel's QuickSync video, and I've got a Threadripper, so I don't get QuickSync. But to give you an idea, that Threadripper, that's a 24-core, 48-thread. I think the base speed on that's 3.8 gigahertz per core, and I sit about 70% CPU usage. So that website that we put together for our board that compiles the firmware is actually run out of the server in my basement, because it compiles the firmware in 5 seconds on that Threadripper. It's funny, because if you're down there, you can tell if somebody ran a compile, because the fans go and then they drop back down. And like my dad was doing some work down there, And he's like, your server's just like screaming every couple of minutes. I was like, yeah, it's doing compiles. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine.
But yeah, and I'm sure people are going to cringe, but my background when I was IT was all Microsoft, so I run Hyper-V on everything, and I've got Debian VMs and Ubuntu VMs. So I've got Debian VMs that are just used to run Docker containers.
Right.
So
my brother's asking, are the server chassis CSE 846s?
That sounds correct. They're the SAS2 backplanes. I'm glad I got them. I bought 2 of them just because I got them, and he's gonna hate me. I got them with the dual hot swap 1200 watt 80 plus gold power supplies. I paid $240 a piece for those chassis with the PSUs and all the drive caddies and the SAS2 backplanes with them.
We have the SAS2 backplanes. We didn't get drive caddies, but I can 3D print those.
Yeah, I have all the OEM drive caddies. I have some 3D printed adapters.
What did you pay, John? I thought you paid like $150 for ours. Whatever. I didn't.
Yeah, they're like $1,000 now because my brother he just got a house. He's like, I want to build a server like yours, and I was like, good luck finding the chassis.
The storage alone is going to cost you. You know.
Do you see how my lights turn off? It's because there's a motion sensor here, and I haven't moved much, so it shut all my lights off. But that's okay. But yeah, so like my Home Assistant runs in a VM. They actually have a Hyper-V image. It's an officially managed image from them. So it runs in there. It updates, self-updates and everything. It's great.
Do they have images for other platforms as well? Or
they do. In my shop's Home Assistant is run on an Intel Core i5 NUC. Mm-hmm. So, and they have an official image for the NUC, and all my Home Assistant instances are backed up. For my bulk storage for like my PC backups and other storage, I use a StableBits drive pool. Have you guys heard of that?
What is it called?
StableBit drive pool.
Mm-mm.
I haven't, but my brother probably has.
So it works on Windows. My main server that runs like all my random personal stuff is a Windows Server 20. They're both running Server 2019. But that's got about 95 terabytes of the available space. All the other stuff is on various VMs, and my Blue Iris boxes, I got about 45 terabytes of video recording space. So, and I do duplication on a lot of it too. So I've got a ton of raw space. I've only got about half usable because I'm making sure I have copies of the data on each drive. So like one file has a copy on 2 physical disks.
Right.
So just for redundancy. But yeah, I'm just looking through here. So like I've got 2 AdGuard servers, one for my personal network, one for the business network. I've got Nextcloud hosted in-house, which is like a in-house Dropbox type solution. Yeah. Two Blue Iris boxes, a Home Assistant box. I've got a Nginx proxy server is internet facing, and I route all my traffic to the VMs based on what domain they're hitting, and it also manages my Let's Encrypt certs.
Yep.
I've got a domain controller for TH3D because we've got like 12 desktops out in the shop, and that's also connected to Office 365. So we got the single sign-on and AD integration. We have our own internal wiki that runs on Wiki.js. That's all hosted here in-house. I've got OctoFarm running to aggregate every single one of our printers has its own Raspberry Pi connected, and OctoFarm integrates all of those into one control panel.
They all Pi 4s?
Pi 3B plus and Pi 4s. We don't replace them until they die because even the 3Bs run fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a lot of stuff. I got like a random utility box. I've also got a Windows 10 virtual machine that's a clean install. So if I'm doing a tutorial video or I'm doing a guide that I need to take screenshots for, it's completely fresh. So I can start over. And then what I do is I take a snapshot. I have a snapshot of the clean Windows 10 install. And then I'll roll back to that after do like the VS Code documentation. That's actually a virtual machine you're looking at in the video that we recorded. And I just did a screen capture of that. And it allows me to not have my personal crap showing in the video, but also give me a completely clean install. So the steps are going to be what the average person is going to have, because like on my main desktop here, I'm going to have Python installed already. I'm going to have, other prerequisites installed. Whereas if I'm going through and doing it on a blank Windows 10 installation and I hit a thing where something's not working because there's not a prerequisite, I can make sure I'm covering that in the documentation. So, but yeah, I've got a lot of stuff in house. All of the all my network equipment is all Unify. I've got their Dream Machine. I've got 2 of their Pro switches. I got a 48 port downstairs and a 24 port in the garage, and those are all 10 gig Ethernet.
That's so much stuff.
There's 2 48 ports in the shop and another 8 port. I've got 6 access points on the property.
Jesus.
We're doing that next. We're having.
I like Unify. I love Unify.
Unify's
stuff.
the best.
Are they expensive?
Like, they're not the best. They're not the best.
No?
They're the best bang for the buck.
Okay, fair enough. I haven't spent enough money to get the better stuff before,
So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 10 of their switches, 6 of their access points, their Dream Machine Pro, and then to get internet out to the shop, because I didn't want to trench a line out there when we first moved out here, I've got their 60 gigahertz building to building solution, which is 1 gigabit full duplex with less than a millisecond latency over 60 gigahertz.
That's what we need.
It's fantastic. And here's the best part: as someone who's been in IT that's managed tons of devices, everything talks to one controller. I have one control panel to manage all of these devices.
And I'm over here just trying to get like decent Wi-Fi in my garage, so when we do live streams out there, I don't have to worry about it going down. Jeez.
I can typically walk around on my property, and the handoff between access points is about 1 to 2 seconds. So if I'm streaming and I walk out to my shop, there's like a couple second gap before it hops to the next AP.
Yep.
So, but a lot of that also depends on the device too, because I've noticed Samsung phones, while I like Samsung phones, their wireless protocol for handing off to access points is garbage. Yep. It just doesn't do it correctly. You know, my buddy has a OnePlus and his works fine. Like, he can literally walk from the end of our house all the way out to the shop and not drop internet connection at all. It drops like 1 packet.
Makes sense. I mean,
so, but Ubiquiti stuff is good. It's good for the price. They did have some security issues where there was like a data leak with some user accounts on their cloud stuff. Some people got turned off by that because they didn't handle
just
it
feel
the
like
best
they're
way.
inevitable these days, though.
Yeah, you just got to be smart. Use 2-factor on everything. I use 2-factor on everything. One of the things I self-host, and I highly recommend if you guys are nerds and like self-hosting your own stuff, check out Bitwarden. It's a password manager. It's open source. They do have a paid one where they host it for you, but I have my password manager in-house on my server. You know, so, I mean, they're my passwords. They're kind of important, so I'd rather have that in-house.
Yep.
Fair enough.
You know, but I'm trying to think of what other stuff. I use AdGuard here for DNS.
Use that. You prefer that over Pi-hole, for instance?
Yes, I like it over Pi-hole. The more modern interface. It seems to be quicker. I mean, they both get the job done. It's one of those things where I tried Pi-hole. I didn't really like it. It was older when I tried it, but I've just stuck with AdGuard, and you know, it works great. It does the job. So I have 2 AdGuard VMs, one for the business network, one for my personal network. And then in the shop, I have a secondary one on the Intel NUC that also runs Home Assistant, because Home Assistant actually has an add-on for AdGuard, because Home Assistant is just running everything in Docker containers. And then for my house, I actually have a Raspberry Pi 4 sitting downstairs in the server rack that is just running AdGuard, so it's a secondary. So for some reason, my server's down, I still have DNS. It's running on a Pi.
Right.
You know. And it's a Pi 4. The resolution time is about 50 to 60 milliseconds, so it's not the quickest, but it's not slow. It works.
Yeah, but debating like you're trying to spin it up in a VM or maybe putting it bare metal or something like that.
I have both, and then you just set my VM one, since it's the fastest one. That's my primary DNS, and then the Pi is the secondary DNS.
Gotcha.
One thing. Oh, you want to? So we have Comcast for our main internet line. We've got their gig. We've got their gig service here, and then for our backup, I've got T-Mobile's 5G, which is $60 a month for unlimited data. Okay. The only problem is you don't get a public IP address. Okay, so no port forwarding, and I found out they block port 53, so you can't do DNS lookups because they want you to use their DNS servers so they can mine your data to sell to advertisers.
Which one's doing this again?
T-Mobile. So what I did to get around that is, since I have AdGuard, when I have my DNS tunneled over HTTPS.
Right.
So I'm not going to complain too much. It's really irritating that this is a thing, and the thing is, your home users are so stupid they're not going to realize that it's doing it because they're going to be using the router
home user
DNS. They're going to be using the router DNS. But as someone that actually knows how things run, I'm like, this is bullshit. Like, you shouldn't be blocking port 53.
This is why I have Alan and my brother.
Yeah.
So, but like yesterday on the live stream, my Comcast went down in the middle of the live stream and it failed over to the 5G, and I was streaming out at 1080p, 60 frames a second on the 5G. So as a service, the service works. I get 150 down, 50 to 60 up, and a latency of about 30 to 40 milliseconds. So
That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
For $60 a month, it's not terrible. It's good enough for a backup. So, and my Dream Machine Pro fails that all over. I see your brother asking about uptime. I have not had the 5G go down at all, but in full disclosure, it's our backup line. So the only time I notice it is if my Comcast is down. But every time the Comcast has gone down, my T-Mobile's been up. So, but we're paying between the Comcast line and the T-Mobile line, we're paying like $170 a month for the two lines, which isn't cheap, but it's not terrible.
I wish I could get faster internet. We have 400 by 40, and that's as fast as I can get, period.
We get, so my Comcast line is actually a 1200 down service, and I get about 50 to 60 up, and my modem, I got a modem with a 2.5 gig Ethernet port to go into my Dream Machine. So I actually can get, and I actually do get 1.2 gigs per second down on my Comcast line. But the freaking upload is like 40 to 50. Yeah, I need the up too. The 40 to 50. That's the only reason I have the gig is because the 500 meg service is 30 up. The gig is 40 to 50 up.
That's the only reason we upgraded to the 400. I don't need 400 down.
Yeah, it drives me nuts. So, I mean, I can get, so here's the thing. I can get a 1 gigabit per second Metro Ethernet line here. So literally Ethernet to the house. I only have to sign a 5-year contract and $10,000 build out cost and a $2,500 a month bill, but I can get it.
No.
Yeah, $2,500 a month, but it'd be symmetrical.
Symmetrical is nice.
Yeah, I mean, for $900 a month, I can get 100 up and 100 down. So with like a 6-9 guarantee on the uptime.
That's good. What's that?
Yeah, but
10 minutes
that's
a year
ridiculous. Down? Yeah, I'm not sure, but it means you have somebody to yell and scream at, and they have to fix it because you're paying a lot of money.
I hope to get there one day, but like we only have Spectrum out here. That is it. We have no options. It's either Spectrum or satellite. Yeah,
we have Comcast. That's it. And now, luckily, we have T-Mobile. So I don't have any other hardline options other than Comcast here. And like, oh my God, when I called them and they're like, because we had an issue with the line where the line was working, but we were getting a ton of noise on it. So it was like very intermittent. Like it was working and your average person probably wouldn't have noticed it, but I'm trying to stream and my bit rate's going like this because it's dropping the traffic.
Yep.
And I call them and they're like, well, we can't fix your home Wi-Fi since you have your own modem. I'm like, I'm not using the Wi-Fi. It's your service. I wouldn't be talking to you idiots if I'm not calling you.
Remember, they're
just
used
to make conversation.
People like me and not people like you.
It drives me nuts. It's like, and I didn't say any Wi-Fi. And even if it was, the systems I'm using are all hardwired. And I'm like,
they've got a script to read. Like I've worked in a call center before. I know what that's like.
I told him that. I was like, can you connect me to somebody that's not reading from a piece of paper and actually understands what I'm saying? Because if you look at our modem, it's dropping traffic, it's getting correctables and uncorrectables, and the power levels are not where they're supposed to be. It has nothing to do with my equipment. As soon as you have your own equipment, they point the finger at that.
Of course. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's standard policy.
Well, and I called their bluff too because they're like, well, your modem's bad. I was like, I'll give you the MAC address. I've got another modem on standby that I know works. And swapped it out. Oh, it's still the same issue. Yeah, no shit, because it's not the modem.
Look, as a business owner, if someone's saying I'm having a problem with my Prusa PIN-to-probe, you're like, well, that's your problem, not mine, right? So like, maybe they're putting a PIN-to-probe instead of your probe on their machine. Remember, they're used to dealing with end users, not power users, like 2 of the 4 people on this call.
The only thing that has tempted me to spend I can get Comcast Business here, which runs over the same exact lines. It's just you've got not India call centers to talk to if there's a problem. Like you have people in the US that actually know what they're talking about. But I go from $110 a month for unlimited gig to like $350 a month. Same exact speeds. The only difference is I'll have a couple static IPs and I have a dedicated person to yell at. But it's the same lines. It's the same exact lines. There's no, in most of the country, if you have Comcast, the Comcast Business and the home stuff runs over the same physical lines. The difference is who you get to call to yell at and how quickly they have to fix it.
Yep. That's
So
no surprise, though.
I don't know. Grant's usually good at figure out who needs to fix what.
I own shares in company stock, not because I think it's a good investment, but because sometimes you just got to get shit done the hard way. It's how we've toured an Amazon distribution facility at 11:30 at night.
Amazon is nuts, man. I can only imagine how crazy their warehouses are. Did you hear they're firing people based on an algorithm now?
What?
It's doesn't.
Yes.
That wouldn't surprise
It's
me.
not
I think
gonna
I saw
surprise
that.
me.
And they don't take into account, like, if you have like if your deliveries were delayed because your car got a flat tire or the truck got a flat tire, you couldn't get into a gated community.
Yeah, they
to
just
make
look
a
at,
delivery.
I'm sure, like overall.
And to
numbers
appeal the decision, you have to pay them $250 to appeal the decision of them firing you with a robot.
Like,
Oh my God.
at the end of the day, they can do that because there are going to be so many people waiting that, they'll fire you and someone else will instantly take your position. So.
I mean, there's been a worker shortage in a lot of areas these days. I don't know if that's
Yep.
really going to be the case. These days.
There is. I can tell you, it took us a long time to hire people. We're finally fully staffed.
We're still
But-
trying.
Like, it's hard.
I need designers. I need probably 2 or 3 more CAD designers, just like basic Fusion 360 stuff. And
Go to your local tech colleges.
I have. We have the
Yeah.
University of South Florida less than 30 minutes away. I can't get a single son of a gun to apply. And we're paying above rate for out of college or still in college designers.
Yeah, I mean, we had like level 1 positions, like literally people that just count things and put stuff in bags and sweep up the shop. We were paying $12 an hour, and we're in Indiana, minimum wage. It's federal minimum wage here.
What's
you go
federal
get a
minimum
job
wage?
like 7 something.
Yeah, mine's
right?
$8.25 here. We do
Yeah.
minimum $15 if you're over the age of 18.
Yeah, so we naturally lost some of our level 1 people because they were like either freshmen in college or they were graduating high school. So we slimmed down our team to a fewer higher paid people, and that's working out really well too. And we offer benefits. We offer health insurance. We have 2 weeks paid vacation to start,
don't
and
have
then
that yet.
after 2 weeks you go up to 3 weeks paid vacation. We have really good discounts on all our stuff, and it's funny because we just started carrying film, and all the guys are like, "Oh man,
Who are you carrying?
We're carrying coax." So
I don't know them.
they're out of Wisconsin. I've been using them for about 3 years in our print farm. Fantastic quality. They're like $28 a roll for their PLA. Their stuff prints like butter. It's all made in the U.S. So
My favorite US has got to be Atomic, but
Atomic's my number 2. They're about an hour from us, but they will not do resellers. Otherwise, we
They
would be
don't.
carrying them as well.
yeah, they don't. It
but
bothers me
coax, their stuff, like, to give you an idea, we go through 50 to 60 rolls a month of their PLA and ABS, and we haven't had problems with their filament in 3 years. So for me to pay a little bit more per roll and support a small U.S. company, and not have to deal with consistency issues, because we at one point were printing with Chinese filament, and the problem was one batch would be great, the next batch would be absolute shit. One batch would be great, the next batch would be shit, and they don't care. And it costs me more in the long run to be dealing with cheap, brittle PLA that's
Amen to
causing my
that.
machines to fail than to just pony up the extra cash, a couple extra bucks a roll, you know what I mean, and print stuff that's better quality. So
Justin saying discounts. He gets discounts. He gets to buy at my buying prices for everything.
does he come in and raid your stuff when he comes over? Because my
Justin-
brother does that. He comes over to my house and he like goes out shopping. He's like sitting there. He's got a box. He's like got a shopping list. It's like,
Justin is 17 and lives on the other side of the country. He lives in LA. I live in Tampa, Florida. I've never met him before, other than
Shit.
online. And the kid almost got me in trouble for mail fraud. Got me
Okay,
in
how
trouble
many
for mail.
times? Justin, I'm sorry.
Tell him to move to Florida. Florida's so much better than California.
He's paying 25 cents a kilowatt hour for power right now.
Oh dear God, I thought ours was bad. We're like 16 to 17 right now. So do you want to? Our electric bill is like $600 to $700 a month right now. It's nuts.
But you're doing good business.
We print a lot. Like the printers, it's funny because I can tell when employees start getting here by looking at the power logs on my power monitoring, because I can tell when they started the print farm up, because we'll go from like right now it's it's the weekend, we're pulling about 4,300 watts. Our house, the whole property is taking about 4,300 watts right now, but like we're over 18,000 when the print farm kicks up.
This is why I
And
want
you
a
can
bunch of
see it.
land, Amber.
You can see it go like this. We've got 2 acres here.
Oh, I want
and
2
we're
acres.
Yeah, we're in a decent little area. It's like really quiet. I only have one neighbor over here, and the other ones are far away. So we got a creek on our property too.
Oh, that's cool. We're on 2 acres, but the house is like in the middle of the 2 acres, so putting a building on it is just not convenient anyway.
Yeah, ours is in the front. Our house is actually behind another house, so we have a long driveway, so everything's set back from the street. It's really nice. So, I just realized my wife put the other dog out here. Claire, come here. Do you want a dingo stick?
Well, they both do.
Yeah. How big is your shop?
It's about 2,000 square feet.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. So my office is 170 square feet, and then we have the garage for the business as well.
yeah, this office I'm in is actually one of the garage bays. We have a 4-car attached garage on the house.
Okay.
So I put a wall up here, and it actually was heated already, and I just added air conditioning. It was all insulated too. Claire, do you want a dingo stick? Come here. This is our older girl. She's not that old. She's like 2.5, but she's our baby. Can you come up? Come here. Come on up. Come on.
No, she's.
Up. Come on. Oh. Okay, fine. Hey, Claire, shake. Good girl. You speak. Sit. Sit.
Nice.
Good girl. Okay.
Yay.
Yeah, they actually. So the funny is, I got these dogs from a friend I met through the 3D printing community in North Carolina. Him and his wife breed German Shepherds, and
Okay.
I've always wanted German Shepherds. So we got her first. We got her in 2019. He drove in for Murph and brought the puppy with him. And then my wife, who has never had a dog before, I left for the weekend to go to Murph, and she was at home with a puppy, and she'd never had a dog before, so that was fun.
Wow.
How far are you from Goshen?
About an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
debating on going, but like with Amber,
It was terrible. to
with
be
Amber
completely
working
honest.
in the hospital and understanding that
Don't
no
say
one's
it.
going to be wearing a mask, I said I will wait.
Yeah, it was. I went there to see friends.
I've never
we
been
did
before.
we didn't set up a booth. We actually had 2 sponsorships from 2020, and they were going to roll it over to this year. And I told them, I was like, listen, I can't get enough staff to staff the booth for the whole weekend, and like we're out of stock on a lot of our stuff because of all these shortages. Can we just roll it over to next year? They're like, yeah, it's fine. I was like, well, I'll still stop by, but we're not going to officially be set up a booth there. And I'm glad we didn't, because it was really underwhelming.
Well, I mean, a lot of people are still validly
Ever.
concerned about what's going on, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I was expecting more turnout, to be completely honest, though. Like, it was pretty dead, because
Yeah.
they're originally limiting attendance, but then like 3 or 4 weeks before the event, the guidelines changed around here, so they stopped limiting attendance. But I think at that point, everybody had been, all right, well,
The
I'm
decisions
not
have
going.
been made at that point.
Yeah.
There was also a big part of the community that was like, there's no mandate for face covering, so we're just not going to go.
Yeah,
Well, and, you know,
I literally saw one person wearing it. So like Indiana's been pretty lax about that stuff here.
oh,
Yeah.
Florida
So-
too.
Yeah.
Florida's like,
So
what virus? What?
Yeah,
What's that?
it's
Yeah.
not like it's getting worse or anything.
No, Amber, it's not getting worse at all, right?
I think everybody's just fatigued.
Don't get me
about all of it.
started.
Oh yeah,
Like-
I'm sure.
I
Like,
only worked
everybody's just
firsthand with
like-
it, but I'm lying, so I couldn't be possibly telling the truth.
Well, Amber,
Yeah,
of course
my-
they're paying you to tell these things.
I wish.
They're like, give me that check, slide it under the door. Yeah, my buddy's wife works in one of the wards here,
Mhm.
so she's been working. She actually went to
Yeah,
New York
our numbers
for a
just
couple
tripled
years.
in the past week in
So-
our hospital. Our numbers just tripled, and not from, like John said, 1 to 3. No.
Yeah, my buddy's wife. She works in the wards here, and she was actually in New York during the height of all of it.
God bless her,
Yeah.
man.
Um,
Jeez.
She made a ton of money though.
Oh
She
yeah,
was
there-
you'll
there-
make money hand
oh,
over fist if you
it
don't
was nuts.
die.
Yeah,
You
it
don't
was
lose your
nuts.
license, or you don't die. I was not about to.
Yeah,
Power to them. Like I appreciate it, but I've already
It was
been in
nuts.
situations where like I was
I'm
spared
just-
for my license. So
I'm just glad that I am basically a shut-in anyway. So
Same.
my buddy was like, "Man, with the lockdowns, how's your life changed?" I was like,
nothing.
Not at all.
I was
Business
like-
as usual. I
I
think
was
the
like,
only,
I
the only
work
difference
from
for
home.
me, like Amber and I met dancing, so we don't go dancing. But
Yeah.
I hurt my back at a former day job in April of 2020. literally right when COVID basically started. So I've been growing out my hair for almost a year. August will be a year. And we're actually, and see, Tim, I'm going to plug it because when I get my back resolved, which we're praying right now, I'm going to get approved for surgery. But we're going to have Brad, who is a Make-A-Wish recipient. It's episode 10 of our podcast if you want to listen to it. But he's going to come over. We're going to do a big-ass charity live stream. The number 1 and number 2 get to choose what is shaved into my head, and number 2 gets to choose the color. And I will film channel videos like that, whatever it is. I don't care.
I was growing it out for a while because like the barbers and everything were shut down.
Yeah.
And I bought a set of wall clippers, and
I've got the longest hair.
Well, does it all?
Yeah,
Yep.
I got like a set of $20 clippers. Let's just say I'm glad the barber's open again because I do not know how to cut hair.
So
Cutting
I
your
did
own hair
mine.
is really hard.
Actually, I find it pretty easy. So I did this with a combination of clippers and just a pair of scissors, really. I left it a little long this time. Usually I get that shorter, but I felt like trying something new this time. But yeah, I actually learned how to cut my hair over COVID because, couldn't do it.
I thought about just shaving it army style, and my wife was like, "Don't do that. I hate that."
Yeah, so if you want to do something kind of like this isn't too hard. You do want to get some kind of scissors or something like that to do the edges. But what you can do is just take the clippers and go straight up. Just keep all the way around. And you can just straight up, literally, and go through the top of the hair.
I've enjoyed growing it out until you go to wash your hair and you're just pulling like fistfuls of hair because my hair is curly. It's just you don't notice it when it's just short.
So are you leaving like hair spiders on the wall in the shower now?
That used to be Amber, and now I can't.
She's laughing.
She knows exactly what it is. She does
so
it
do I.
too.
My partner does.
She does
I
it
mean,
too.
that's what I do. But now he used to give me shit, and now I'm like, now it's your own hair
It is.
everywhere, not mine.
It's
my
mine.
hair's shorter now.
Well, it's funny because my wife's got like she's like a brunette naturally, but she'll like dye kind of like a reddish color, and I'm like cleaning the vacuum brushes out, and I'm like, your hair is in the bag. And she's like, well, how do you know it's mine? I'm like, cause it's a color. There's no other person with this color hair in the vacuum, and the dog's hair is too short to wrap around the things. I was like, don't try to pass it off on the dog or someone else. Like, you got a girl coming over I don't know about. Like,
growing up, my hair used to be down to my butt. That was a long time ago, and it would get wrapped up in the vacuum. We literally had to take scissors, like
that's what I have to do with
and,
hers,
and pull it out.
Hers is probably down to like the small of her back at this point. I mean, I like the longer hair.
There's no other way to get it out of the vacuum.
No, you have to cut
cut
it. My poor robot vacuums are just like dying half the time. Like
it gets caught in the ends too.
Yeah, so we have 4 cats and 2 German shepherds and a wife. So the vacuum is really struggling.
Which one's the most needy? That's the question.
The dogs most of the time.
Say blink twice if you're in danger.
I feel your pain, Tim.
Here, look at now. Here, come on. You want to actually come up? Come on. You can hop up here. Come on. Look at Mr. Jealous is gonna be here. Can you tell which dog is mine?
Well, see, the cat. We have one cat. I have branded the cat as part of the business. So there you go. We have a stylized version of the cat in the hat.
Is it a calico?
It's like technically tortoiseshell. Most people think she's calico, but
I always get them confused.
They're relatively close. But
did you know that typically calicos and tortoiseshells are usually female?
They're female.
Cats?
Yep.
Yeah.
Typically.
So look at she's trying to get to the bag of the treats. So
oh yeah, that's what the cat does too.
Oh, she's
oh my gosh.
How heavy?
Child.
Yeah. Hi.
80 pounds, you
oh
said?
God. Oh God. Don't lick my glasses. Please don't.
Oh, the worst.
I hate it.
The worst.
But look at him. He's like, Dad, you're holding another dog.
Justin is asking if the cat if the cat and dog food is considered a business expense. Technically, if they're on the stream, it can be. If they're on the stream and you use them as part of your business, it absolutely is.
Yeah, Remo, we have in our Discord server and our YouTube, because we have like the YouTube member thing.
Mm-hmm.
We have emojis of the dogs.
Yep. Our company Discord has it too. Everyone has their pets as emojis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're good. Clara was I was the one who wanted a shepherd because Samantha spent so much time with her when she was young. She bonded to my wife. And then Clara really likes having another dog around. So, and they're the shepherds are great, They're not the cuddliest breed, so if you like a cuddly dog, I don't recommend them. Remo is definitely more cuddlier than Clara, and it seems to be the males are a little more affectionate than the females. But they're very high energy and very high drive, so it works out well because now we have 2 of them, and I let them out in the backyard, and they just go crazy. So
we both we're cat people, but we love dogs, but we just don't have the time that is necessary for dogs, even low energy dogs. It's not fair.
And
the cats
work
are more
12 hours.
Imagine what a house is like with 17 3D printers inside of it that are actively running, and just all
there's no cats out here. This is this is the garage is attached to the house, and the cats don't come out here.
Oh, see, that's the thing. Victoria grew up in our retail shop. She walked in when she was like 2 weeks old, walked into the back and fell asleep.
She really doesn't mess with them.
Does not bother the
She could care less, but
cats kind of just like show up one day and they're like, "Hi, you're taking care of me now."
Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, but working 12 hours and then Grant doing, all his stuff. It just wouldn't be fair to leave a dog like locked up.
Oh yeah, I mean so my wife, she works for the company. She's actually the primary owner, but she's scaled back and she just does administrative stuff at this point. So she's got more time too. But I also if I'm out here, he's with me.
Yeah, exactly. You're able to.
Our employees love the dogs and the cats, so I'll bring them out to the shop. I'm going out to the shop and be out there for a little bit. I'll bring them out there. They don't mess with anything, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, dog!" So
that's why Prusa got llamas. They got llamas for employee morale. But Tim, we got to wrap it up because
that's all good.
I can't feel my legs very much. I know Alan's got to go, and I need help getting out of my chair now. But that's okay. It's been awesome talking to you. We got to have you on as like a premier guest at some point so we could, actually advertise the fact that we're going to have you on.
If you're on Discord, the easiest way, since you're already on there, just
I am. I'll join and bother you.
Post your Discord handle in the Zoom chat, and I'll add you.
All right.
For you guys.
And I'll send it to you in the if I go do stuff inside of Zoom right now, everybody else can see it. So I'll DM it to you on Twitter.
Yeah, or we can just, once you wrap the actual stream up, we can just stay in here for a sec.
We could do
that. No one
can
see it. What do you mean?
So anything that I do on Zoom shows up on the stream.
I can get it for him. I can get it for him. No worries.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
You can do that too.
But if you end the stream on YouTube, then we all just stay in the Zoom call for
yes, correct. We can do that. So, all right, I'm gonna end it off.
I got
here.
it. Yeah. Oh, he posted them in here. Yeah, you're not. It doesn't show up on stream.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it doesn't show up on mine.
No, it doesn't show up for Alan. But if I open up chat and start typing, everybody else can see it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are fine. Anyways, I'm gonna sign us off here. Tim, TH3D, thank you so much for coming to hang out with us. This was so impromptu. We never do 4-hour live streams, but here we are. What the hell? It was a ton of fun. I enjoyed it.
That's what you get for allowing me to come on.
Hey, look, man, I'm totally fine with this. We love having cool guests, and especially people that are in the industry that work in kind of the same style of machines. Because as we're growing our YouTube channel, we have to buy cheap 3D printers. Because if I just keep, being my unpaid Prusa shill that I am, because the printers are just that damn good, we're eventually going to run out of content. So
there's a lot of content to make. I think I tell people, I was like, the easiest way with the Chinese printers is think of them as a platform to build the printer you want. If you're the type of person that can upgrade things and tinker, they're really great, and it's hard to argue the bang for the buck if you are somebody that can actually do the modifications.
I look at them as great second printers. They're not great first printers. Get a Prusa first, then get used to it.
Don't be like me.
Our entire print farm for ABS is literally a dozen Ender 3 Pros all kitted out with a bunch of our upgrades, and we run those. We run those about 20 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week.
That's nice.
So if you build them right, they are reliable. The problem is they're out of the box, they're not very reliable.
Right, exactly. And that's
we
want to help kind of fix that. So we're going to definitely have to do some content, collaborating with you guys, installing some TH3D stuff. I just literally bought an Ender 3 V2 before you joined. I've got that weird.
Those are decent little machines.
I've got a generic
they're literally an Ender 3 Pro with the power supply moved and some cosmetics and belt tensioners and a different screen. But they're basically like you can The problem is, and you'll find this out once you play with it, that color screen has some limitations in terms of what it can and can't do in terms of controlling the printer. If you change it to the screen that comes with the Ender 3, the 12864 side, which we sell all the stuff to do that, you literally flash it as an Ender 3, and that's all you have to do. You don't even have to change any firmware settings other than instead of flashing as an Ender 3 V2, you flash the Ender 3 because everything else is the same on the machine. All the steps per millimeter, the end stop logic, the homing directions, everything.
Reality. Well, Tim, before we sign off, you go ahead, plug your stuff, tell people where to find you.
Just check us out at th3dstudio.com. If you want to join any of the communities, head to community.th3dstudio.com. We have a Discord server and a Facebook group for our customers. The Discord server, anybody can join. The Facebook group is for customers. We just validate it with an order. And then we also run 2 of the largest Creality Facebook groups for the CR10 and the Ender 3. I think we got about 250,000 people in those 2 groups.
Oh, that's only a few.
So, only a few.
Only a few.
But
cool.
Yeah, check it out.
It.
And if you have any questions during the day, so 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. CST, we have live chat available with one of our sales guys. Like I say, sales guys, he's literally our tech support rep. So, if you're like, hey, I've got an Ender 3, I'm trying to solve this issue or this broke, they will tell you exactly what you need to get.
Yep.
So,
well, it's going to be interesting. I mean, literally this Wednesday, I'm going to test it out because I'm doing the live stream of fixing that.
Yeah, just remember. So like our email coverage is basically from 8 a.m. our Central to about 5 to 6 p.m. Central.
We said there's live chat too, right?
Live chat's available during the same time window. So if you got quick questions, if you got a more complicated issue, the live chat will direct you to be like, hey, submit a ticket because they're going to ask you to submit like your configuration file, pictures of the printers, that kind of stuff. So. But we do some of the support of live chat. It's like, hey, am I doing this right? Is this connected the correct way? Like, it's really good for that. But if it's like, I'm getting terrible accuracy, now it's okay. Let's take a look at your printer and see where we can tell you to fix things.
Yeah, I want to get it working, and then I'll worry about the accuracy. I've never worked on an Ender 5, let alone one that has a numerous amount of unknown upgrades.
Did you determine if it's a 5 or a 5 plus yet?
I'm pretty sure it's a 5 plus, but I'll have to
take a 5 plus is a big machine. Like we're talking
huge.
The 5 plus is about this wide, the 5 is about this wide.
No, this thing's like 2 foot square.
So it's probably the 5 plus up.
Yeah, I mean it's got your probe on it.
Does it have this? Is the screen in the middle of it?
Yes.
Or is it on the right side?
In the middle.
So on this.
And if it's in the middle, then it's a 5 plus.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got like a screen lift on it, which I saw
that's probably our kit. We because the problem is Creality uses these touchscreens. They're made by a company called D1, and they don't release the source code for them. So if you want to get in and start messing with your steps per millimeter, your acceleration.
Oh yeah, no, this is like one of the TAS 6 screens, the rep screens.
Yes, okay. Yeah, that's probably our kit because the problem is they won't release the source code for those screens. Now, Dave over in Sandy Automation has been doing work with them, but he's literally having to hack in and reverse engineer closed source software.
Yeah, no thanks.
All the documentation is in Chinese.
No thanks there. Well,
and all the dev tools are in Chinese.
At least, so now I've met the guy that's created it, which is going to be cool. But I will give you, and it'll be live, a very real first-timer experience of using an untested printer that I have no idea if it was flashed right, if the kit was installed correctly, or anything. And that's why I want to do it live, and I'm going to also film it to end up being a main channel video. But it's going to be an interesting
anything, and we do, like when you order our products, we send out a little business card that's got information on how to contact support and where to find all our documentation. Everything is in what we call our help center, which is support.th3dstudio.com. That's a fully searchable knowledge base and everything. There's video guides, text guides. The text guides, there's actually a button you can click if you want to print it off or print it to a PDF. We tried it. Documentation is something we spend a ton of time on.
You have to. There's
we're not like here's this board, figure out how to use it. Yeah. So yeah, it was fun hanging out with you guys. My wife is pinging me on if you guys use Telegram, I'm also on Telegram too, but Discord and Telegram are like my 2 chat clients I use.
Awesome.
So,
Well,
But
Tim, I
it was fun
appreciate
hanging
it.
out, guys.
It was
It
great.
was nice
Yeah.
meeting you.
Yeah, man.
You as well.
We got to have you on as like a full guest at some point, and
Yeah,
we'll have
you
like
got me on
topics and
Discord.
stuff figured out.
If you're ever having like I do the same thing with the Cyberdeck
Yeah.
guy JD.
Yep.
If you ever have a casual hangout, just shoot me a link, and if I have time, I'll jump in. So I've jumped in on a couple of his streams before, and it depends. Sometimes I'm slammed, and other times I got time to hang out. So, but it was fun meeting you guys. It was cool. If you
As well.
need anything,
Nice
let
meeting
me
you,
know.
Tim.
We will,
Will
man.
do.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Hey, and as always, everybody, stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones and keep making awesome. We'll see you later.